Universal time. Alright, there you go. And it's fading away. Alright. There we go. Let's see where we at. Let me put the chat over here. Actually, let me check my audio. Well, I'll do it on my phone. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, let's just check right here.
This May, Renewal by Andersen.
And I get an ad, of course.
A huge win. You can have.
Okay.
Renewal by Andersen.
And I get an ad, of course.
Huge win. You can have.
Okay, so okay, so that's the audio. Okay, I got it. I had to watch my own stream there. Let's see, the audio's okay. Okay, the audio's okay. Hopefully it's not overwhelming. Because some people say they can't hear me, I'm too low. Then I have to watch the indicator. And if I get in the yellow, it's okay. See, right now, I think it's okay. It's right on the, it's a yellow. As long as I don't go way over the yellow into the red, then I'm okay. You know, keeping it simple. So, hello, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I haven't done a live stream in a bit. I've been busy. A lot of projects in my yard. I've been, you know, of course, weather permitting, because, well, we had a heat wave for a couple of days. I think it was like 3 days. It got hot. So during that time, I really got busy with the gardening. I actually got to plant a few more things, but I'm almost done. I planted the majority of the stuff is already planted. It's just I just want to get a few more extra crops, because last year was a bum year. Last year I didn't plant much. It was very disappointing, because unfortunately I was listening to my wife too much. This time I'm very proactive. I decided on my own. I'm gonna plant my own stuff. She wants to plant her stuff. She can plant it, you know, whatever. Because you know, I know better, and I should have done that last year, and I didn't do it. You know, and what happens is I try to make wife happy and kind of stay out of it approach, because that's so-called her hobby. So I say, okay, you know, it's your hobby. Although I know better. I've been planting, you know, myself for years. My mother was who I learned from. My mom was the one that, when we lived in the Bronx, we didn't have much space in the backyard. It was basically, everything was in pots, unlike here. And my mom managed to grow everything. She managed to grow everything from in pots. She would grow cucumbers, most of, you know, stuff that we eat a lot. It was like the tomatoes, the bell peppers, the cucumbers, and like green beans, things like that. Those type of things. But over here, it's like, you know, we have all this other soil. We have all this area. We can grow more stuff. And, you know, so I finally say, you know what? I'm going to do my own thing. I set up the raised bed for her. You know, I told her, go ahead and knock yourself out. You think she would do that? Nope. I had to plant her stuff. So all she does is, I'm going to say it, I'm the one that's doing all the heavy lifting. I'm the one that plants stuff in. Yeah, she germinates the stuff indoors, but when it comes to outdoors, it's all me. And I'll leave it at that. So that's why I've been very busy. I'm trying to wrap it up before the Memorial Day weekend. I'm probably going to, later on today, I'm probably going to be out there. I'm going to plant a few more things that I need to plant. And yeah, I even bought this, I was going to do an unboxing book. I don't know if I'm going to do it. So I even ordered this guy right here. This is from Freedom Farms. This was $9.99. I haven't even opened it yet, see? So, of course, there's 40 different varieties of vegetables and a few herbs. So there's a whole bunch of packets in here, 43 of them. $9.99 from Amazon. I'll put the link in the description at the end of the live stream. I'll put the link if anybody wants to see what's in there. I'm gonna do an official unboxing, unbagging, should I say, on my other channel, Danny DIY Danny. Collaborate with Danny product reviews. I'm gonna do the unbagging there, and I will go through every seed packet. I don't want to do it here because I want to do it for that channel. That's for that channel. But this is one method you can buy all the instead of going to the dollar store and get every single packet. And sometimes they don't even have the one that you really want. This one has 43 different vegetables and herbs. There's a whole listing. Again, in the end of the live stream, I will put the link to this product on Amazon if anybody wants to buy it. It's an affiliate link, of course. It will help out the channel if whatever. You don't have to buy it. I'm just saying. And you don't even have to buy the product. If you go in there and you buy something else from Amazon later on, providing you go through the link, I still get a referral thing on it. The tiny little commission is nothing, but it adds up over time, and then every few months I get a $20 check or whatever it is from payments. Well, I keep saying check there, but they don't mail checks anymore. Just a payment, like and that $20, believe it or not, helps me buy something. Like I need I know I was gonna buy headphones the other time that somebody donated, but I had to buy that camera, the Osmo pocket camera, which is I'm really loving this camera. It's in this right now. It's in the holder, but this is the Osmo Pocket One. This is the one that I did a test shot. It's on my other channel, 4K camera. So that's the one I'm gonna be using when I'm outside and all that. So anyway, this is one of the things I'm doing now. So I'm gonna unbag this on another channel. Put it right down the bed. Okay, there we go. So yeah. Hello, Radio Wave Maniac from Poland. Greetings. Happy Friday. Hope you have a great weekend. And yes, let's get right to it with the news. Of course, I heard that CHU Canada is going to be no longer on after June 22. So let me go to the website. Let's go to the official website, actually. There's the official website right here. So let's go to the official website. Let me close these two tabs right here. Okay, can we do that? Yes, that would be nice. Thank you. And yeah, let's go there and let's talk about that for a minute, because that is quite sad. Yeah, so as of June 22, 2026, the shortwave radio broadcast of the NRC official time signal will no longer be available. So of course, recently they did shut down. They shut down their weather. Environment Canada shut down their weather weather radio service. So yet another blow to Canada with now the time signal. Let me turn this radio off right here. Yeah, so it really amazes me what the direction of the Canadian government is doing now. I mean, it's like and I'm really gonna try to stay politic free, but I didn't see this thing coming. This one is a shocker to me. Well, the weather radio was a shocker to me too. But definitely this is a shocker. CHU Canada no longer as of June 22, 2026. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to say, people keep voting for the same stupid people. You win stupid prizes. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. They're too busy. I hate to say it, Canadians. You're too busy. Like in America, I'm gonna go on a tangent right here. I'm gonna go helping illegals, things like that. Money going to all this other stuff. Money going to all this other stuff that money shouldn't be going there. You know, I'm going to rant about it. Yeah, I'm going to rant about it. Somebody's not going to like, oh, I'm going to leave. Well, please. This is the result. Stupid leadership. You vote for stupid leadership. This is the outcome. This is, I'm talking to Canada. I'm talking to you, Canada. This is what happens. This is who you vote for. This is who you voted for. It starts from the top. Okay? This is the result. So in the span of, so far 2026, you lost the weather stations, weather frequency. Now you're losing your time signal. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like, y'all gotta wake up. You're Canada, y'all gotta wake up. Y'all gotta wake up. Don't blame the guy here. Don't blame the, I'm telling you, Canada. This is the result. Right there. Right there. All right? Now I'm ending my rant. So, yeah, it's very sad. Very sad that this is going to happen. I did not see this one coming. I thought the weather ban would probably be it, but this is this is a pow, double whammy. So, yeah. So that's so that's what's gonna happen. There you go. As of June 22nd, which is a little over, about 4 weeks away. No longer CHU Canada. So enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it while you have it for 4 more weeks. About 4 weeks. And that's it. Goodbye forever. I know other channels talk about medium wave closures in Europe and all that. But I didn't see this one coming. I did not see this one. So soon, should I say. People are just getting over the whole weather thing. We're still getting over the shock of the weather, Canadian Environment Canada weather channels gone. Now they're going to hit you with another one. Bam! CHU. Just like that. I'm going to say, people are not going to like what I'm saying. You get what you vote for. You get what you vote for. I keep saying it. You get what you voted for, Canada. There you go. You know what I'm talking about. You Canadians out there that like to, you like to mess with my president. He's not the one that's cutting all this stuff out. Is your prime minister that's doing all that stuff. Remember that. Remember that when you bash my president. Remember that. Remember that. I'm telling you. Now I keep saying it. You get what you vote for. New York City, take notice. New York City here, take notice. New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ is going to move. They're going to move. They're going to move. New York Stock Exchange, rumor is they're going to move to Miami. They're going to move to Florida. NASDAQ might move to Texas. The people that you vote for, there's consequences behind that. Stop voting with your feelings. Stop voting with your feelings. And stop voting for common sense. Now, I keep telling you guys laugh at me. You guys think I'm crazy. Look at what happened now. Everybody thought this guy was going to cut everything off in the United States. No, this is Canada. Elbows up. Remember, elbows up. That's you guys. Canadians. It's your fault. I'm blaming every Canadian out there. It's your fault that you're losing those things. It's your fault. You don't want to hear the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's your fault. You did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. All right? Stop worrying about transgender shit. Stop worrying about this transgender shit and all this bullshit. All this stolen land shit. Vote for Common Sense Canada. And you guys fucked that shit up. You guys fucked everything up there. You guys are fucking everything up there. They don't fucking... I don't want to hear after today. After today, I don't want to hear nothing about my president. I don't want to hear nothing about my president. Because you guys fucked up. You guys fucked everything up there. Now you're losing CHU. Get the fuck out of here. I'll be right back. All right, let me catch my breath. Let me catch my breath, man. There we go. I say I don't want to hear no more after today. After today, I don't want to hear no more stuff about my president. I don't want to hear about this. You know, he was trolling you about the 51st state and all that. After today, I don't want to hear nothing about my president being the evil man. Everybody in Canada hates him, whatever. I don't want to hear about that no more. I'm done. I'm done because you guys fucked everything up yourself. I blame every single one of you Canadians. You fucked up the good thing up there. You're the laughing fucking stock right now. You don't like it? I don't care. But that's the fucking truth. You needed to hear the truth. Today, I'm going to tell you the truth. Don't worry about fucking stolen land and all this shit. All this fucking green energy shit. You're this close to losing Alberta, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna rant about this shit. Fucking remix this shit, make a meme out of me. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to fucking hear this shit after today. All right, catch my breath. No, I had to say it. I was gonna make a video on this. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna come out here and talk about it. And that's it. They can rewind this shit, and that's how I feel about it now. You guys, every single one of you Canadians is your fault. I blame it on you, on your fucking liberals. I blame it on all you fucking liberals for this shit happening. Because nothing ever happened, nothing good ever happens from liberalism. Don't you fucking know that shit already? Don't you fucking understand that shit? The sooner you understand that, the better this world will be. Common fucking sense. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Holy shit, bro. Excuse me. Hello, Andy. Good morning. Happy Friday. Well, happy Friday. Well, it's happy Friday for me no matter what, but it's sad that this happened. It's sad that this happened. And it's sad that this... I mean, you just lost your weather band. And now they're going to double down on CHU. That's what happens when you have you know, their priorities are all fucked up there. And so they're worried about fucking, you know, fucking transgender bathrooms and all this fucking shit. Fucking worrying about other bullshit. They're going to put their money on other bullshit. Leave the common sense shit alone. You know? Just fucking drive me nuts. Just fucking drive me nuts. The same shit is going to happen in New York City. The financial capital of the world is not going to be the financial capital of the world, New York City. Don't you know that shit? Let me tell you a quick story about Detroit. The city of Detroit was once a great city. It was a great city. You know, we're talking about the Motor City. That's the name of that's the nickname of the city, the Motor City, right? All the major you know, Ford, GM, you know, Chrysler, whatever, you know, they built the middle class in Detroit. When you lived in Detroit, you was making money. You made money and you living in Detroit. But what happened? Stupid policies and liberalism. You know, wherever liberalism goes, common sense goes out the window. Crime. That's what happens in crime. A lot of crime. And then, of course, you know, they all left their, you know, they shipped their jobs elsewhere. And then the last thing is they tax the rich and the middle class. They tax the shit out of them. And then they said, okay, we had enough. We're leaving. We're leaving. And Detroit went like this. If you look at Detroit now, it's a lot of everything is abandoned. Boarded up houses, boarded up business, commercial real estate is empty. You can't give away, you know, you can buy a house, you know, you can buy a house for nothing. But who the hell wants to invest in Detroit? Because they're too busy, you know, giving welfare money to. That's it. That's all it is. It's welfare money, you know. And that's what's happening in New York City. Same thing. They want to tax the rich. They want to tax the middle class. Well, they're going to tax the shit out the rich first. But they're already doing that. And then when the rich leave, who's left? The middle class. And they're going to tax the hell out of them until they leave. And then you're going to have nothing. And New York City is the financial capital of the world. Excuse me. Financial capital of the world. And now NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange are talking about moving down south. 150 years, New York Stock Exchange, they're really talking about leaving, going to Texas or Miami. I think Miami. A lot of financial companies are going to Miami. That's the new financial capital of the United States now. It's Miami. All the rich money's going down to the Florida, where income tax is a lot more favorable. Also Texas, same thing. You know, this thing about CHU is a microcosm of all that. It's a microcosm because this is what liberals do. They don't have common sense. They think that by inclusiveness, that's the way to go. That's not the way to go. You got to have common sense. You cannot alienate the other 90% because you want to, whatever it is. I don't know what the fascination is about men competing in women's sports. Why is this an issue now? See what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. So yeah. Because I took a lot of heat for this early on. That Trump was going to do this. Trump was going to cut. No, Trump cut NPR. Because he was right about NPR. They're not fair. I took a lot of heat for that. I even said I predicted it. I said Trump is going to go after NPR and PBS. They deserve it. Because our government tax dollars should not go to just Another CNN. No, I'm sorry. If you're gonna be NPR, you need to be right down the middle. And they were not down the middle for many. NPR been liberal for many years. So people were talking about, oh, he's gonna go after WWV next. It didn't happen. He did cut some of the budget. No, I don't think he didn't cut the budget. No, he did not cut the budget on the agency that runs the WWE. He did not cut the budget. Actually, I think he kept it the same, if I remember. And no, I think no, he increased the budget. I remember. So that's one of the few ones that he did not cut the budget. They were talking about it, maybe cut the budget. So everybody was talking about blah, blah, blah. No, it didn't happen. Yeah. By the way, Voice of America, did he get rid of that? Yeah, he did. And that's another place where it was just liberalism. That's why he did it. It's not because it was because of, you guys, you liberals out there. I'm gonna say it. You can't. You just don't know. Even if he gave you a radio station, say, listen, you need to be fair and honest. We'll fund you this money to run a radio station. Right? But you got to be fair and honest. And they didn't do that. That's why they lost it. Because they weren't fair and honest. That's it. They weren't fair and honest. That was the reason why, he said, well, I'm not going to fund another federally funded CNN. That's what it became. That's why he got rid of them. And I was behind that. I said, I'm all for that. But what you guys think Canada is fucking nuts. So I don't want to hear that no more. I don't want to hear from you Canadians anymore. I don't want to hear Canada about my president. I don't want to hear that. You need to fix your own shit up there. I'm gonna say it, you need to fix your own shit up there now. Because right now, I'm gonna say you're the laughing stock, but you're getting there. Because you're way ultra liberal compared to us. I mean, you guys lost your fucking mind now. You guys got no fucking identity right now in Canada. And I hate to say that, by the way, even in England, UK, you guys losing their fucking mind over there too. I'm sorry, you guys losing their fucking mind. When I see videos of London, it looks like Pakistan. Looks like fucking India. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. You're losing your fucking minds. There's a result of this. It's not about technology. It's not about. If they want to take it and run this for another 10 years. It's not about that. It's about, your priorities are all fucked up. You want to give away money to people. You want to give away money to people and causes that they shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening. But you're taking money away from real necessary stuff. All because you're trying to get this vote. You're trying to get this segment of people, you just want to buy their vote. That's what this is all about. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's just be honest here. Let's not kid ourselves. Yeah. Let me read the comments here. Hello, John Ludbrook. Hi there. Another long way. Yeah, I know. It's gonna another one. Yeah, there you go. BBC. Yeah, BBC 4 is gonna be gone. Radio 4 is gonna be gone. Same time in next month. So Canada's losing CHU, and United Kingdom, or I'm sorry, England. Well, yeah, England is losing BBC 4, BBC Radio 4. Yeah. Yeah, he's another one, John. Starmer, he's another one. He's another, like I'm gonna call it like what Trump said. He's definitely not a Winston Churchill. So, according to Trump, that's what he says. He's definitely no Winston Churchill. Yeah. Glenn Dassler, hello. I hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. John Ludbrook, same thing happened in my hometown, March 2025. They closed the Vauxhall factory in Luton or Luton. I hope I hope I didn't butcher the pronounce. After 120 years, yeah, bad news from exactly. That's what happens too, that's the other thing about like Germany and whatever. They keep with this whole Iran thing, they keep instead of being behind us, the United States stepped up in World War II. And this is not even this time around. We didn't even ask them to join us. We only needed to use their bases to fly our planes from. Instead of flying the B-2 bomber from all the way over here in United States, they could have flew them from Germany or from England, and they both said no. So these are allies that we're putting money into. We're spending billions of dollars into our allies, and this is how they treat us. So he's talking about pulling all these troops out of Europe, which you know what? At this point, I think if they're not gonna have our back, then you know what? We should just do that. But you know what's gonna happen with that? The local people are gonna suffer because if a military, everybody knows that when you have a military base, the town that's where the military base is settled at, that's the economy of that town. Is the military base. The minute the military base closes down, that place is going to dry up. All those jobs are going to be gone. All the civilian jobs, all the commerce, all that money is gone. And they don't think about that. A lot of these politicians, they are out of touch. They're out of touch. They're out of touch. The same thing that's happening in Canada when they decided that CHU was no longer. They are not. And the sad thing is that you people out there voted for this shit. You're voted for this shit. You're voted for this shit. You voted for this. You're voting. You got exactly what you voted for. No common sense. You people out there that voted for these liberals, you got what you voted for. I don't. People are gonna say, "Oh, I don't know what you're turning this political." I don't care. That is the God's honest truth. You get what you vote for. Whether it's weather radio, you lost weather radio, and now you lose the CHU. You got what you voted for, people. You got what you voted for. You got no one but to blame but yourself, Canada. I blame you, Canadian citizens, for this is happening. I blame all of you Canadians. Stop worrying about, transgender bathrooms and all this shit. Vote for common sense. And that's what you guys fucked up. You fucking people out there, you fucked up on this shit. I don't want to fucking hear it no more. After today, I don't want to hear no more about Canada. I don't want to hear no more about Canada, all this shit about USA, Canada. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I'm done. You guys fucked up. You guys fucked up a good thing up there. Voting for you would think after Trudeau. You would think after Trudeau, things will be looking up. Now you got this guy doubling down on stupidity. You're this close to losing Alberta, bro. You're this close, bro. You're gonna lose a province. Whether it becomes 51st state or whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't honestly. It doesn't fucking matter. But you're this close to losing Alberta. And they're the biggest oil and gas producer in Canada. They're the only province, or province, excuse me, province. I can't say province. Province, sorry, my bad. That has any common sense. Has any common sense. So yeah, I blame you. I blame every Canadian citizen out there for what happened. I blame all of you Canadians. You voted for this shit. You voted for this shit. You voted for all this liberalism shit, all this feel good shit, all this feel good shit. Ooh, we elbows up. We're gonna teach the Americans. You voted for this shit. You got what you deserve right now. You're getting what you deserve in spades, bro. Okay, I'm not gonna mince words here. You got what you voted for. You got what you voted for. Okay, I don't want to hear it no more. After today, I don't want to hear no more about Canada. I'm done. I'm done. You can take that pipe and smoke it and whatever. I don't care. Yeah, John, they closed the factory. Inflation caused it. No, it's not more than inflation. It's stupid decisions. 99% of all these decisions are, especially when politicians do them. A lot of politicians, majority of them are not working class people. They're just people that had been fucking groomed for the job. They never worked a real job in their life. That goes for any. By the way, any party. A lot of politicians never had a real job. You know, some of course were in the military. Okay, well, a lot of them didn't have no common sense, or they get elected and then they see all the power that they, the influence that they can have, and they get money. They get money, and they go in there with an average salary and they come out multi-millionaires. Because, special favors, It happens. Like AOC. AOC is a dumb fucking bartender. And now they're talking about her running for president in 2028. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Because people actually are stupid enough to vote for her. They think she's they really think she's like an intellectual, heavyweight. But she's not. She is a dumb fucking idiot. No other way to say it. Say it. But you're not gonna hear that, and you're not gonna hear that everywhere else. You're gonna hear it here, because I'm gonna say it like it is here. People are not gonna like it. Some people are not gonna like it. They're gonna say, "Well, I don't like the way you said it." Well, I don't care. That's my opinion. My channel, my opinion. That's why I have a loyal following. I have a chat room that 99% of the time we think same way. We're about common sense here. If you come here with the feel good liberalism thought, you're gonna be severely disappointed. And this is an example of that right now. This is an example, folks. This is an example. Right here. This is an example. It really is. When you see stuff like this, it's just, this is liberalism. This is I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. You Canadians voted for this. I thought you guys were were going in the right direction. The whole Trudeau thing, no, but you guys doubled down on stupidity and voted for this. You voted for this. You voted for this. Yeah, you voted for this. So don't cry now, because you voted for this. Oh, you Canadians, you voted for this. Okay, you say it. You're not gonna like what I'm telling you, but it's the truth. You voted for this. Not gonna sugarcoat it. if you thought I was gonna come in and sugarcoat it, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I'm gonna really remind you what your vote does. This is what your vote does. This is your feel good vote. This is your we like in America, fuck ICE. Oh, they're Nazis. Oh, blah 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 blah. No. They're trying to get rid of the Biden mess. He let all these illegals in here with criminal records, and you know what I'm talking about. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get rid of them first. But you guys in the media and all that, you guys just want to villainize him in every way. And in Canada, it's the same thing. Canada's they carbon copy that was going on here with the media. America, those illegals are fleeing to Canada now because they're being persecuted by ICE. And then you guys take them in there and you guys give them the free shit up there. And then now the taxpayer has to pay for that shit up there. That's what that money's going to that. Instead of the money, you took away money from the weather thing, which I don't think it costs that much. To run CHU, I don't think it costs as much as feeding, more illegals. That's when your priorities fucked up. You're trying to create feel good stories instead of paying for the common sense stuff. Oh, they want to shut down pipelines, which we need that. Oil and gas pipelines. They want to shut all that down because it's bad for the environment. I've been doing this shit for fucking 70 years. You could count, it's not like, it's not like every week there's a catastrophic event that's, is rarely, in fact, it's gotten much safer now to transport, like now we have double hull tankers. So, that should have happened to Exxon Valdez. That was like we learned from that shit. A lot of things, we have gotten safer now. But no, you liberals out there, you fuck up a good thing. You guys always fuck up a good thing. That's what you guys are good at. So you just fucked that up for Canada. Every day you're taking away their identity. I'm serious. Wow. I can't put it in any other fucking words. You guys voted for that shit. Yeah. John Ludlow, we got a PM that's, I know. He's awful. Same thing. Same thing what happened, same thing in Canada. You would think after Trudeau, same thing what happened with this guy. You would think after, who was the prime minister before? Johnson, right? Was it Johnson? For England, it was Johnson, right? It was before. No. Oh, no, it was briefly the other guy. I forgot the other guy's name. Anyway, it was a liberal. Another liberal. You need Nigel Farage. That's what you need up there. That's what you need in England right now. You need Nigel. That's what you need right now. Or that other woman. There's a woman up there. She's pretty good in there. She's Parliament. Forgot her name. She's the black woman. I forgot her name. But she's pretty she's conservative. Because that's the problem. It's just is liberalism is I'm telling you, I'm gonna say it like Michael Savage said it. It's a mental disorder. That's it. Okay, you can't argue with a liberal because they're not gonna let you speak. They're not gonna let you speak because they're crazy. I mean, I said it. I think they're all fucking crazy. And that's it. And this is the result of it. This is why I don't go to others live streams no more. I don't go to chats no more because I see it all over the chat. They just fucking Trump derangement syndrome and all this shit. You know, instead of worrying about your own affairs, you're fucking trying to bash my president, and this is the result of it. This is the result. This is the result of your stupidity. Everybody's stupidity right now. This is a result of all you stupid decisions and your feel-good fucking budget. This is what you get right here. There's no more common sense in Canada. You guys voted that shit away. You voted common sense away. That's it. So, you know, double whammy. And then what? In the span of a few months, you lost the weather ban. Now you lose the CHU. Congratulations. Congratulations, Canada. Bravo. Bravo. There you go. Yeah. Glenn Dassler, you will not believe the heavy industry and railroads and deep water ports. Yeah, I know they're moving south. Well, they've been down there, but a lot more going to be moving down there. A lot more going to be moving down there because, like I said, in New York City right now, they're on the verge. He's only been in office for 5 months. Mandami. I'm really hearing about NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange leaving New York City. They're leaving. They're going to leave. Those are a lot of financial jobs that are going to go. You know, this right now, this was the financial capital of, I'm going to say, the financial capital of the United States. But, you know, liberalism, socialism is going to kill that. Yeah. And this CHU thing is the same thing in Canada. They're doing it to themselves. And they're to themselves. I'm going to say, you guys out there, you know, your next election, whether it's local, in your case in Canada, local, provincial, you know, national election, you guys better vote, you know, conservative. Cut it out with this. You're killing your own country. This is a result. This should be a wake-up call. You know? But, you know, stop voting with your feelings, people. Vote for common sense. You know, we were this close in the United States. They were trying to drag us down that road where, you know, and thank God that, you know, enough people in this country said, no, we don't want to go down that road. And we voted for who we got. And I'm glad, you know. And, you know, is this going to last forever? No. Maybe 2 more years of office. Probably another year. And we'll see what happens in November with the midterm. But right now, he's doing what he got to do before the midterms. And then, you know, we'll see. So, you know, in 2 years from now, it might go back to whatever. Who knows? Maybe Kamala Harris might get elected. God forbid. Or maybe AOC. And then we're really gonna go down the shitter quick. But because unfortunately, there's a lot more stupid people out there than smart people. And those are the ones that, you know, unfortunately, there's a lot more stupid people that are going to vote stupidly. And the common sense people have to suffer because of all the stupid people. I'm putting it in a nutshell. I cannot make it no more cruder than that. Can I make it no more cruder than what I just said? You got more stupid people in this world, in this country, than smart people. That's just the numbers game. You got people that have common sense, and you got a lot of people out there that are just stupid. They have no sense. They have no common sense at all. They're easily manipulated. You know, I'm gonna say it like it is here. I don't care. I'm sure some people came by here and they saw what I was saying. They ran out of here. But boy, Canada, you guys fucked up. You guys fucked this one up. You guys really fucked this one up badly. Wow. Congratulations. Yeah. John Ludbrook. Yeah, he's hated by his own people. Yeah, they want him gone, of course. It's, England is no longer England. Unfortunately, they lost every country in Europe. Basically, most countries in Europe, especially Western Europe, they're losing their identity. And we're very close here to that too. You know? Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's unfortunate. Andy, oh great, Connoisseur Media, another new top of the hour jingle for Weeby. I'm waiting for the yacht, I keep saying yacht rock format announcement. Okay, cool. Sorry about the spelling. Kitty jumped at the keyboard. Okay. Yeah, I figured something was going on there. Oh my god. Yeah, Nightbot, right? Exactly. Donate if you want to donate. Your super chat or PayPal. PayPal link is right there in the chat. Also, if you want, for the PayPal, if you want to do super chat, that'd be great. Also, I actually bought this Osmo camera with your donations. It's a very good camera. I'm definitely playing around with it. When I do my walking videos, I will be using this camera. This camera is awesome. So thank you guys. Yeah. John Ludbrook, you're president, and I skipped all this stuff right here. Oh God. Let me go back up here. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Also, your president is right. UK has oil. Yeah, they have natural. Yeah, they have North Sea. North Sea. They have oil. They have oil and gas and all that. But you got the environmentalists, with the and they want to put big wind farms out there, which is the worst thing you can do. And people think that wind energy is so safe. You know how many that first of all that kills birds here in the Northeast, off the coast of New Jersey. They're doing studies on that actually affects even the whales because of constant the turbine noise that it makes, that it disorients the whales. Because the whales, they obviously they're underwater. They have sensitive hearing. They obviously every fish and whatever is sonar, basically sonar. So it does affect marine life. But again, common sense. And by the way, to produce the price per kilowatt in a wind farm compared to coal is way more expensive to make that much energy coming out of wind. It's a numbers game. Same thing with the solar. People think solar is like the answer. No, it's not. I think I don't know off the top of my head, but I know in this country, I think the total energy is not even like 10% in the country. It's like between I'm talking about alternative. We're talking about combined wind and solar compared to all the other all the other sources of energy. It's like not even 10%. We're not even now some countries they did have I think I think it might be as high as maybe as high as 10%. I don't know, but it's just more expensive to produce, and it's not that much safer. It does hurt the environment in other ways. Like for example, like I said with the wind, it harms not only birds and all that, but also if it's in the water, like off the coast of marine life. So there's a lot of stuff. It's just you know. John Ludbrook, Prime Minister, the biggest idiot ever. No money UK has gone, but it's Labour Party for the people. Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, but yeah, that's why I went off on a tangent about this thing because I'm sick of hearing. I'm sick of hearing about this thing about about the president that I voted for. He's going to ruin this country. No, it's just Canada. You got Canada. You voted for what you got. That's it. Don't worry about what we're doing here. Did he troll? Yeah, he does troll. Sometimes I wish he would, but that's who he is. That's why we voted for him. He likes to troll. We needed somebody different to shake things up. I didn't vote for him because he was a model citizen. I didn't vote for him because we needed somebody to kick some ass, put some common sense back. That's why we voted for him. We didn't vote for him because he's eloquent speaker or whatever. I didn't vote for him because of that. I knew all about him. I knew he's been married 3 times. What the fuck? Come on. Needed somebody to kick ass. That was the main reason. And when this thing happens, this is what happens. This is what happens when you vote for feel-good stuff. You lose important stuff. You lose common sense stuff. You see what I'm saying? It's not, now where that money's going to. You know where that money, me and you know where that money's going to. It's going to stupid shit. It's going to, what? Come on, I mean, give me a fucking break, Come on. Yeah. John Ludbrook, excuse me. There is a big rally in London on Saturday. The British worker, 500,000 went to rally Tommy Robinson. And, police even listen, working men fighting back. Oh, yeah. All right. What are you going to do? I mean, I'm telling you, Nigel Farage. That should be Nigel Farage. I would like to see Nigel Farage. Yeah, Glenn Dancer. Yeah, thank everyone. To everyone in UK, thank goodness for Robertson and Tulsi. Yeah, Tulsi. Paul, long time no see here. Talk radio has become boring substitute today because of holiday weekend. Yeah, it's but so I turn to you, and there you are. Yeah, well, I didn't want to go down that. I didn't want to go down that topic, but at some point you got to recognize it. I'm sorry, I'm not going to sweep it under the rug. I'm not going to sweep it under the rug with what happened in Canada. I cannot sweep it under the rug anymore. What Environment Canada, they got rid of the weather ban. Okay, it was stupid. There was somebody that was there. They probably appointed by another liberal, maybe a Gen Z or whatever. Not a radio guy like me or you. They would have someone like me or you running the communications department up there in Canada. This would have happened. But no, they probably got some, 30-year-old kid. Doesn't know anything about radio, analog radio, and things like that. Doesn't know how it works. Doesn't know anything about it. And he's making these decisions because he needs to allocate money to fund feel good stuff, you know? That money has to go to funding feel good stuff, We got to worry about the pronouns. We got to worry about those pronouns. You got to make sure they all have their pronouns, You know what I'm saying? Right? God forbid you call somebody a different pronoun. That can be very offensive. We don't need to synchronize time. We can do that with your cell phone. We can do that with your cell phone. We can do everything with your cell phone. You don't need the weather radio. You can do that with your cell phone. But we cannot cut back on pronouns or teaching, whatever in schools, Like we definitely got to put more money into that. We got to put more money into that. Have 5 different bathrooms. Give me a break. And that's the problem. Thank God enough of us voted here to avoid that nonsense for the time being. Give me a break. Seriously. Yeah. John Ledbrook, they opened the floodgates in the UK. Yeah, there's liberalism, I'm telling you. It's just it's a mental disorder. It really is. Well, I'm auditioning for a radio show, Maybe someday I'll have my own radio show. But this is basically my radio show right here. So if you want to call in, 1-800 1-800 Hello, Chico B Radio. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Yeah. John Ludwig can't say this can't say this your channel not boring then. Well, I mean, I try. I try to, I have to somehow entertain, at least not bore people. Of course, some are gonna be like, "Oh, I don't like the way you're talking about." Well, unfortunately, I woke up this morning. I see this, I saw it on the Discord. T Radio 922 was the first one I posted on the Discord that CHU is shutting down. So I went to verify it, and right away I was there. And then I go to the website, and here it is, right there. There it is. It's been it's sad. It's sad that this is happening. But, right here, look, historical information. Radio station CHU is operated by the NRC. The call letter CHU were first used for the Canadian time transmission in 1938 on the frequencies of 3330 kilohertz, 7335, 7850 since 2009, and 14670 kilohertz. It's sad. It's sad to see this go. But, it's no coincidence that they just dropped weather ban a few months ago. Now they drop CHU. Now they're going to drop CHU. It's no coincidence. Now, this is a government problem. This is not, oh, we need to save a few dollars here and there. This is not that. This is now a stupid problem. This is a person, whoever's in charge of this communication department, they need to be fired. They need to go. Because now they're really, Hate to say it. They're blowing shit up. I can't. I'm trying to pick the nice words, but I can't. I can't pick the nice. I can't say anything nice about it because this is a tragedy. This is insanity that's happening now. You know, it's insanity, and there's the result. There's the result of. Like I say, I'm gonna say, Canadians, you Canadians out there, you liberals out there that voted for this shit. You know, Trudeau didn't even do this shit. You know, after Trudeau, oh my God, Canada was gonna get better after Trudeau. No, you guys doubled down on stupidity. It got worse. Congratulations. You know, it's horrible, horrible. Can't. I'm not gonna miss words. I can't. Can't do it. So there you go. You know, I can't do it. I can't do it. You know. You know, it's just Canada. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say you guys really wow. I feel bad. I feel bad. I feel bad for. Well, it's a bad blow for radio hobby in general. We lost the Canadian weather band. I used to every time I go to Niagara Falls, I like to, you know, when I go to Niagara Falls, which is right there, especially even on the New York side, I would put the weather band, and I can hear the Canadian stations too. So the whole weather band is like, you know, you got the Buffalo station. I will get the Buffalo station, and then I will get this another station I will get, and then I will get the Canada one. I got video on that. I got videos on that. You go to my, you know, and then I picked up another frequency as a Canadian Coast Guard. So at least they have that frequency. They still have the Canadian Coast Guard frequency. Now I will hit that one too. So now you guys dropping the time signal, which is wow, you know. You know, I feel bad. I feel bad for kids. I do feel bad. I'm smiling from ear to ear, but deep down, of course, I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss all this. But this is what I keep saying. You know who you are out there that threw me under the bus about all this. Oh, he talk too much politics about. No, it's life. I don't care what people say. Politics is a part of life. You get what you vote for. Now, I'm trying to educate these young kids out here. I'm trying to educate you guys about this. That your vote matters. And if you vote for stupid shit, you're going to get stupid shit back. If you vote for common sense, we might have hope. But if you keep voting for stupid shit like, oh, we gotta protect all these pronouns, and we gotta have men competing in women's sports. You know, come on, give me a fucking break. Then you're going down that rabbit hole that you're not going to recover from. And we almost went down that rabbit hole here. And enough of us voted for, we didn't want crazy Kamala. We avoided that shit. Imagine today how it would have been with Kamala running the country. I know people say, Trump, whatever. I don't care. You got Trump derangement syndrome. I don't care. That's not my problem. That's your problem. But you can't, you know, Kamala would have fucking wrecked this right into the fucking ground. And that's what Canada's doing. Canada, I thought Trudeau was going to be, I thought after Trudeau it would be an improvement. But you guys just doubled down. You guys really doubled down on the stupidity when it comes to voting. I hate to say it, but yeah. This is the result of it. This is the result. It's not a coincidence no more. It's not a coincidence. The weather band thing, yeah, that was an anomaly. The guy was stupid. I don't know what the fuck. But now you guys doubling down with CHU? Yeah. You got big fucking problems now. You got big fucking problems now. Canada got some big fucking problems in their fucking, you know, they need to clean house. I'm sorry, Canadians, you need to clean house. Don't worry about what my president is doing. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We're okay here. We avoided a catastrophe here. Despite what the media says, despite what all the, you know, mainstream bullshit media says, we're okay here. You know, we're paying a little more gas because, you know, the whole thing, but we're going to fix that. We're going to fix that. You know, but you guys, wow. You guys hit a home run with this one. You guys hit a home run with this dumb shit that you guys are doing now. Live Hard Rock Truth 742. Good to see you up again. Long time. Thank you. And welcome to the live stream, my friend. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Chico B Radio, they crap AM, they crap weather radio, they crap CHU, time signal. What's next? Well, there's not much next. That's it. That's a lot of they're damaged. That's it. There's nothing else to cut. They got rid of CHU and they got rid of the weather band. That's it. There's nothing left in Canada to listen to. Other than, you know, and by the way, they don't even have that many stations up there. There's not that many stations up there. Compared to the United States, there's not that many stations up there. AM band, you know, medium wave band, AM radio, and FM. There's not that much up there. And by the way, television, there's not that many TV stations up there. And they're dominated by, I think, one or two. Robbie Strike, he can tell you more about that. But television, over-the-air TV is in danger of being gone. Over-the-air TV. It's not like here. Over-the-air TV over there is very few stations. That's it. There's not much up there. So, Jacoby, I feel so bad for Canadian hobby as well. You know, I'm gonna say it. Like I said, you know, that's what happened when you let your feelings do the voting. I know a few Canadian hobbyists that they're just liberal. You know, liberal, and you gotta put your feelings aside, people. You gotta put your feelings aside. I grew up that way. I grew up as a liberal. But I came to my senses after I turned 40. After I turned 40, then I really realized what's going on with the government. When it started, you know, I think what happens is when you really find out what happens to your money. Now, when you wake up and see my money's going to all this stupid shit around the world, that's when you and by the way, not only that, I think the whole thing with the you know, shoving it in your face with the pronouns and all this other shit, really, and the whole cancel culture, that really did it for me. Okay, I was a Democrat, people. I voted Democrat almost all my life, and I woke up. I had to wake up from that shit. That shit was taking down this. It was taking this down this place where they kept taking away my freedoms. And, you know, finally I said, no, I don't recognize this party no more. I don't recognize these people no more. They're too crazy for me. I always consider myself to be in the middle, you know, but these people are too crazy now. So I finally said, no, I can't vote for this shit no more. I can't. I said, I can't do it. I said, I'm done. I can't do it. And most liberating thing that ever happened to my life. You got to vote for common sense. Common sense. I'm sorry, people. Common sense. Stop voting with your feelings. When you get emotional by the way, anything in life is a metaphor for life. Anything when you go buy something, I'll give you one example. When you go buy something in a store, when you have to justify, okay, I got this hard-earned money that I have in my hand, and I want to buy this thing. You got to think about why you want to buy that thing. Do you really need to buy that thing? Is it going to give you a use? And things like that. I know, I got a lot of radios. I know, I get it. I'm just using it as an example. I'm talking about, because this is a psychology about all these things. And that's what I feel about. You got to make a decision because it has to be, because it's practical. You have to weigh all the, practical reasons why. Like when you buy a car, right? When you want to buy a car, you want to buy a car that runs, that's reliable, that's going to give you, tens, not hundreds of thousands of miles in his lifetime. Or you want to buy a car that makes you feel good. And it looks pretty, it makes you feel good, but it might not last 2 years. That's when you have to wait or two. You have to say, okay, do I really, and that's the problem. That's what happened with voting. It's like the medicine. It's like the doctor wants to give you the medicine, but it's gonna be bitter. It's gonna taste bad, but it's gonna help you heal. Or he's gonna say things to you that you want to hear, only because you want to hear it. It's not gonna hurt your feelings. But is it gonna help you? No, it's not gonna build. It's not gonna heal you. He doesn't want to hurt your feelings, and that's what happens. People vote with emotion. And when you vote for emotion, 99% of the time, I'm going to say 99, 100% of the time, you're making a mistake. And this is the result of it. There's no common sense. I've been having allergies all the last few days. I've been getting allergies. A lot of stuff is coming down now from the trees. These are times when I get allergies. I get it usually to another week, and then they'll go away. But my eyes start itching. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the AC on. I already so you can see the AC. I gotta put it on. Let me see. Hopefully that'll help a little. Let me put it on for a few. Yeah. So yeah, I feel bad for them too, Chicopee. But it's like they're burning upon themselves because they keep voting for the same stupid people, the same stupid. Trudeau left. You would think, okay, now the country is ready to go on another direction. No, they doubled down and they voted another liberal. And that's what they did. They voted down on another liberal. And this guy is more incompetent than Trudeau. They just voted down on more stupidity. That's it. Yeah. John Ludbrook, every long way station in the UK gone now. Distant was no problem. Long wave can, yeah. But I think the long wave thing is more of I'm going to defend long wave a little bit because that's more of a technological issue or an equipment issue because I mean, it would have been nice to have kept one station for the sake of preserving history. But when we're talking about taxpayer dollars, and like I said, equipment, that type of equipment is no longer. I don't know if it's no longer made or whatever. I'm not an engineer. I don't know how to run something like that. But I think in that case, it's more of an equipment issue long term. It was just too costly to run it because you guys already have a medium wave component of that. And You know, of course, and of course now the technology. Of course now they can stream it and all that, but you guys still have the medium with technology of that. So that's I don't want to blame totally on the government because that's more of an equipment thing. We're talking about I see it 100 years old, right? At least close to 100 or not 100 years old now. That particular technology. So yeah, that's more of a equipment issue. Not any. I don't know. I guess nobody makes that type of equipment, or it's just too costly to maintain it, return on the investment, and all that. So I don't know. And you guys still have the medium wave component of it, so it's not like not like they're getting rid of it. There's nothing. You see what Canada is doing? They're getting rid of everything now. They got rid of the weather band. Yeah, go use the weather app. Right? So now the same thing with CHU. They're gonna get rid of CHU. Now they want you to go use the network time server, which you need to be connected to the internet. In here, in the United States, we have network time server. Every computer in here, Windows computer or even any computer, any Linux, doesn't matter. They all synchronize with the network time protocol, right? So it goes back and forth. But we know that there's always a delay. Even if you synchronize with the network, there could be a delay, even if off by even a couple of seconds or whatever. So it's not accurate. So yeah. John Lundberg turning off late June. BBC got the money to keep radio for a long wave. Yeah, but I think it's also an equipment issue with that because that's not equipment that's easily can be replaced. So yeah. Yeah. Hello, Elmer Time. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. What's next? Stop selling toilet paper and coffee in Canada. Ruling party over their communication has their head up there. Yeah, they do. Yeah, no, they're too busy, with the stupid elbows up, whatever, worrying about who we voted for or who I voted for. Man, they're too busy worrying about people's pronouns and oh, we cannot, everything is stolen land and the pipeline. They don't want they don't want to produce oil and gas. They rather buy it from Russia or whatever. But they rather buy the energy from China or something. They just makes no sense. Different gear TV. Hello, happy Friday. I hope you're doing well, my friend. She could be radio. I'm in the middle too. I can't do anything with these presidents. No, it's not about trusting order. It's not about that. What I mean by that is common sense. I'm talking about common sense in general. Everybody has their right to whatever. I know next week is going to be, and next week is going to be Gay Pride Month. Here we go. We're going to shove the gay agenda down my throat. Like, I don't care. I don't care if you're gay or not. I don't care if anybody's gay or not. I'm not saying you. I'm talking about in general. My brother's gay. My brother, my older brother, he's gay. He knows better. He tells me. He says, I don't understand why they have to really shove it in people's faces. But my brother, if you would, if he walks down the street, he's not like, I'm going to say it, like a flaming, whatever. No, he's not. He's just like, if you see him, you wouldn't think he's gay. He's a very masculine fellow and all that. But he's gay. He's not attracted to women. He's attracted to men. And he's been like that since we were kids. You know? And he doesn't like the whole shoving into people's faces. Like when you like last year when you go to Target and they had all that shit in the people's faces. You're like give me a fucking break. Like, no. Like, what you do is your business, and that's it. Don't throw it in people's faces. Especially in schools. That's what really gets me. Is the school thing. You know? That's it. Like, just keep it away from my kids. That's it. I don't care. Now, my kid, you know, decides he whatever. I love him for what I love him for whatever. I don't care. I'm not gonna say, oh, I don't love my kid. No, no. My son tells me one day, oh, Dad, I'm gay. Well, okay, fine. I'm still gonna love him. I just don't like the whole marketing of it. The whole throwing it in people's faces. I don't have to see it on TV every commercial. So that's what I mean about stuff like that. And that's what liberals do. They force people. That's what liberals do. They force people, one demographic, to shove it in people's other faces. Okay? And that's the problem that I have with liberalism. Okay? That's the problem. Stop worrying about people's pronouns. You know? I'm alive 59 years right now. 57. I want to say 57. 59 years right now. This nonsense started like 8 years ago. I'm gonna say, okay, so 50 years of my life, I didn't worry about people's fucking pronouns. All of a sudden, in the last 8 years, I gotta watch what I gotta say about somebody's fucking pronouns. Are you fucking kidding me? You see what happened? So 50 years of my life, it was sir or madam, male and female, boy, girl. Now suddenly I got, oh my God, you didn't call me it. You didn't call me them. It's a fucking offensive thing. And that's the problem. It's gotten really stupid, ridiculous. And that's the problem that I have with all this shit now. It's ridiculous. And then in some places, if you say something like that, you can get fined. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You know, this is the problem that I have. It's not even a middle thing. It's a common sense thing. You know? Common sense thing. Well, that's the other thing. Chico be ready. If there's a new person running, I might vote for that new person. Anyway, you can't vote anyway, so I don't even know what I'm talking about. But for right now, no. No, you know, well, in our case, we don't have much of a choice. In this country, you don't have much of a choice. Either you vote conservative and you vote like a Republican, or you can vote for Democrats and fuck everything up, like what almost happened. And that's what happened in Canada. They fucking everything up if they were liberalism. So, and by the way, Europe is down that rabbit hole. Every country that's run by socialism and liberalism, that's what happens. You don't recognize the countries no more. Germany is no longer Germany. It's not Germany anymore. If you look at videos of Germany, like in major cities in Germany, it's a lot of, you know, African, Muslim. It's not even German. They speak German, but they're not German. It's like Somalia. So, you know, just saying it like it is. And that's a problem with people. They don't, you know, they people are too thin-skinned in this country. They're too afraid to say what they want to say. You know? Don't get so easily offended, people. I mean, seriously. Like, have some backbone. You know, have a thicker skin, people. It's a problem here. We're raising too much, you know, raising too many fucking pussies in this country. I hate to say it. I'm gonna say it. Too much of this shit going on, and this is the result of all this. And there's no more common sense. This is your common sense. This is the common sense that people voted for up there, and now this is the common sense that's going out the window. They rather use the money the Canadian government is getting to fund other shit, other bullshit, pronoun shit, restore our land shit. You know, fucking men competing in women's sports shit. This is the result of this. This is the result of all this. I'm not gonna mince me here. I'm not gonna mince what I'm saying. I could easily say it. I could easily play that. Oh, very sorry, Bo. But no, I'm gonna say like it. I'm gonna say how I feel here, because that's exactly how I feel. This is stupid. This is stupid decision making, because people are voting for stupid people because they're stupid. There you go. Helmet time. It's okay. Hobby purchases are very practical. Yeah, they are. Of course, of course. This is a hobby. Is not practical. I buy another radio. My wife looks at me like, another radio? You know? I look at her, another lipstick? Not going to change how you look. Still look the same. Another eyeshadow? I don't have mine AC right now. It still makes it cold. Yeah, well, today's cool. No, the AC's been there. I just covered it. I covered it from the outside with a plastic bag and all that. But it helped. I didn't have to install it again. That's the only reason why I covered it. No, so last night I took the plastic out of the back, and no, right now I put the AC because the air is kind of. I'm in the basement. It's kind of humid in the basement, so it's more. The AC is more for the humidity, to control the humidity. Right now outside it's only 62 degrees, 62 degrees Fahrenheit. The sun just finally broke out, so right now there's a little bit. There is some sun outside right now. It's been cloudy all morning. My son is in school today, and then of course Memorial Day weekend, and I hope everybody has a great Memorial Day weekend here in the United States. Of course, remember, Memorial Day weekend is not about hot dogs and burgers and barbecue. It's about taking time to reflect and have a moment of silence and reflect on the people that gave the ultimate sacrifice for the freedoms that we have in this country. And that's right, the freedoms that we have in this country. The freedoms that we enjoy in this country and the rest of the world, like Europe and Canada and the free world. People pay their price. Many people pay their price for that freedom. So we have to honor them. We honored them this weekend, Memorial Day. Last weekend was Armed Forces weekend, where we honor all military. Last weekend was Armed Forces weekend. And this weekend is Memorial Day weekend, culminating on Monday, Memorial Day. So just remember that. And you're out there, like me, I'm gonna fire my grill up on Monday. I'll cook a few hot dogs, some burgers, some steaks. But take time to reflect on what the day's all about. It's about honoring the people that gave the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. All right. Yeah. Let me go right here. John Ludbrook, they're gradually phasing out AM or medium wave in the UK. I know that, yeah, and that is happening too. They are phasing out medium wave stations, national BBC stations, yeah. Elmer Time, Canada's landmass is so large that the internet and electricity isn't covering all areas. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's kind of like, well, you're right about that. Canada is basically a big landmass, and there are a few major cities, and everything else is very, very rural. Like, you know, if you think about Canada, I'll give you, I can give you a quiz. Name 5 cities. If you can name me 5 cities without going to Google, name 5 cities in Canada. Just name me 5 cities. Of course, the first one is going to be, you know, Toronto. Everybody's going to say, oh, well, Toronto. And by the way, that will be the biggest city in Canada. Toronto, right? I think that is the biggest city in Canada. It's not the capital, by the way. And then the second biggest city, you will say, Montreal, right? It'll probably be Montreal or Vancouver or Edmonton or Calgary or Winnipeg, and finally Ottawa. Ottawa. Yeah, that's the capital, by the way. Ottawa is the capital. And then, you know, maybe, you know, Quebec City. I don't know, Quebec City or something like that, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, you know, and that's it. Those are the where most people are at. And like I said, most people are probably in the Ontario region. I think the biggest population of all Canada is Ontario. The province of Ontario probably has the most people, I believe. Because you got Toronto and it's a lot of Hamilton. It's you know, it's right there, right in the center. There's a waterway right there that, you know, Detroit and New York and all that. So the majority of by the way, that's also the finance capital of Canada is Toronto. The Toronto Stock Exchange is there, so TSX. So you know, most people are in right there, Ontario. The rest of the country is a lot less people, all the way out to Vancouver, maybe, because they have the thing with Seattle. So there's a lot of going back and forth to Seattle, and then Montreal. So there's a lot of, you know, in between. There is a lot of, like you said. So this decision was made for stupid reasons. You know, they could have really cut back somewhere else. You know? Yeah. And the infrastructure is nothing like ours, you know. Remember, I think in North America, between the two countries, I think we roll out the stuff before they do, like gigabit, like high speed internet. In terms of fiber optic, we're rolling out quicker than they are. By the time they get fiber optic up there, it's like they're already a year or two behind here, and like that. So it's like so right now, I have no idea. You know, like I said, it's unfortunately, this person at this point doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Chicopee Radio, definitely schools is a big issue for everything wrong. Including how kids are cared to use public toilet. It's always been that way. By the way, that's not a new issue. That's not a new issue. And some of it has to do with security. So that's not a new issue about using the restroom and all that. In my case, I remember I didn't use the restroom for years in public school. When I was a kid, I rarely went to the restroom. I didn't eat anything for breakfast. whatever. If I didn't want to go to the bathroom by myself. You know, oh, you gotta go to the bathroom. I just didn't want to deal with that. I think until I got to about the 5th grade or the 6th grade is when I finally started going to the bathroom. Before that, I would hold it. Literally, I would hold it. If I had to go, you know, number one. Well, I never had to do number two because I didn't eat anything. I didn't eat anything except not even lunch. I didn't even eat lunch. I will have a little. Sometimes I have a little cereal in the morning, but that's it. I didn't eat anything pretty much. I was not much of an eater when I was a kid. So now when I got to 6th grade, then the shyness went away from me. Then I would go to the bathroom, whatever. And then sometimes I would take my time going to the bathroom. I didn't want to go back to class. And then I saw the stuff that would happen in there. Like I seen kids get beat up and things like that. Sometimes somebody be bullying people and then or playing a prank on someone. That's when I saw that. That's when I said, "Oh my god!" And I felt bad. I felt bad about what some of the kids were going through. I really felt bad about that. Yeah, you see, you said it because others would bully the kid. Yeah, that's exactly that's the. But right now, like for example, my son, he doesn't like to use the restroom. He would not use the restroom. I don't. I even. He does the same thing I'm doing right now. He doesn't eat breakfast. He eats lunch, but his lunch is late. His lunch is like 1 in the afternoon, and he gets out at 3. So his lunch, he has a late lunch for this grade. For right now, for his class right now, his lunch is at 1 o'clock. He has to wait all the way to 1 o'clock before he has lunch. But he has lunch, and then you know. So. But I know because he's like that. He's like the. If when I see him, he reminds me of me when I was little. I was very introverted. I was very shy. I didn't have any friends. I didn't, not because I didn't try, not because nobody wanted to be my friend. It's just I didn't try. I didn't care for it. I didn't care about that stuff. I just wanted to go to school and do whatever work. I wanted to come home and, in my case, back then when I came home, I wanted to play over here at home and watch TV. But that was my thing back then. That was our thing when we was kids. We used to watch a lot of TV. Now his TV is going on the computer. That's his TV now. So yeah. Hello, T Radio 972. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I was just talking about the CHU thing. I saw you posted it on Discord. So yeah, it's very disappointing that excuse me, a hiccup. It is disappointing that this is the case, you know. But you know, I went on a rant about that this is what happens when you vote for stupid stuff, you know. You would think Trudeau being gone would have improved but I guess this new prime minister that they have, he's just a real dumbass. And he puts these people in charge of stuff like this. And this is not a coincidence right now. Weather band thing, yeah, I was gonna say that could have been an anomaly thing. I don't know, whatever. That maybe it was just a stupid decision. But this is back to back really stupid decisions. So at this point, yeah, I'm gonna blame the top guy. I'm gonna blame the prime minister for this one. Because if you didn't hear the outcry on the weather band stuff and you're gonna kill the time signal, I just don't know what to say. Just don't know what to say. Well, I know what to say, but I already said it. I rant about it. It's just stupid people voting for stupid shit, and it's the end result of the stupidity. Stuff like this gets thrown by the wayside, and that money's gonna go to fund stupid shit. There's no other way of saying it. I'm sorry. There's no other way of saying it. Yeah. Elmer time. My pronouns are Jack and ass. Yeah, well, that's what happens when people worried about their pronouns. and funding money for that stuff, for sensitivity training, instead of common sense stuff, this is what happens. This is what happened when you Canadians voted for this. You Canadians voted for this. That's it. There's no other way of putting it. I'm sorry. You know, I thought that Trudeau being gone, the successor was going to do a better job. But this guy's really drilling down your country. He's really taking Canada down the shitter. Wow. No other way of putting it, people. I'm sorry. I'll say it like it is. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens. But with your feelings, that's what happens. But with your feelings, Andy Randoms and President Trump is swearing the new Fed chairman right now, Kevin Warsh. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll do a better job than this guy, Jerome Powell. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. My pronouns are yeah. I mean, you know, when you're funding stuff like this, and important stuff like this gets thrown out of the wayside, it is a byproduct of who you voted for. You know, it's a byproduct of it. I'm sorry, people. It is, and then you can't compare this to NPR. Because I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for somebody to come in and say, "Oh, but you know he cut NPR." No, he cut funding for NPR. He didn't ban NPR. He said you're not getting government funding. NPR is still around. NPR is still around. It's just the federal government said we're not going to fund it because you guys are not fair. That's the difference between NPR and this situation now. So you can't compare the two. NPR, it was their own undoing. NPR kept doubling down on the stupidity. You know, like, you know, just being another liberal, you know, radio affiliate or radio network. And that's what happened. He defunded it. Now, don't get me wrong, in 2.5 years or whatever, 2 years, whatever it is, when the new president comes in, that could easily be reversed. So that's not gone forever. This is gone forever. This is gone forever. This CHU thing, they pulled the plug. That shit's gone forever. So, you know. So you can't compare the two. You cannot compare the two. Same thing with PBS. PBS got defunded. Okay. Well, Netflix, you know, Sesame Street, what? Did Netflix just buy Sesame Street? So it's still around. You just got to go to Netflix. Yeah, I think Netflix owns it now. So, you know, they can get funding from a private company. And they're nothing stopping them from. So you cannot compare the two. So, yeah. VT Radio, I let my wife buy nice pocketbooks and I buy exactly, you know, exactly. My wife wants to buy eyeshadow and all that stuff, lipstick. Okay, well, I buy my radios or her, you know, her pocketbook or her bag, you know, her Coach bag. What is it? Michael Kors bag. Michael Kors is designer, by the way. But I only don't know Michael Kors is a designer bag. It's not cheap. It's like $500 for a handbag. Like $500 for a Michael Kors bag or something like that. You know. So, yeah. Let me go pick them. I went all the way down here. Okay, I missed a whole bunch of stuff here. Oh, Elmer time. I was born on Memorial Day. Okay, so happy. Well, not belated. Well, I hope you enjoyed your Memorial Day and happy birthday to Elmer time. John Luck, but Canada's a confusing place. They got big Chuck speak French. Yeah. Well, it's a history thing. Of course, Canada was occupied by two countries. At one time, France did occupy it, the French, and then of course England occupied it. So there's actually two languages in France. So yeah. Obviously, you was born last night. Anyway, if your birthday today, happy birthday to you also. Let me go back up here. Trickle B Radio. I got in my server ready for this mass my camp. Okay. I had mine on last night for a couple of hours. I was listening to a couple of stations. But I didn't pick up anything really. Just it was cool last night. So, although the other night I did pick up, but I wasn't on too long. Like I said earlier today, earlier in the live stream, I've been busy the last few days with outdoor stuff, so I haven't been sitting down and listening to the radio or anything like that. Hopefully by next week, I'll be listening to more of the radio, and then I can be able to. Because I know some people call some nice stations already. Me, I have not been listening to the radio much, so yeah. Hello, the Shortwave Archive 35. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, the CAHU situation is very frustrating. One of the first stations I heard on shortwave. Yeah, I know. A lot of people. Yeah. It was actually I'm trying to think it was. Oh, somebody rang the doorbell. I'll be right back. I got delivery. Be right back. All right. All right, here we go. All right, package delivery. All right, there's a package delivery there. Not for me, for my wife. My wife package delivery, not for me. I didn't buy anything. I didn't buy the coax for the other antenna yet, but I'm gonna put that off for next time. Catch my breath. I was running. I had to run a second. They were ringing the doorbell. All right, give me a minute. Let me catch my breath. Excuse me. All right. Have any water here? That's over there. Anyway. Yeah, it is frustrating. Shortwave Archive. The weather thing. The weather band thing was really frustrating also, but now they double down with CHU. Yeah, that's a government issue now. Now that's really is, you got to blame the top. because now it's just you gotta hit them in the ballot box. That's it. You gotta vote them out. I didn't think this would happen. I'm shocked by this. Like, I was shocked a few months ago, but this one really shocked me. It would have happened. So yeah. Hello, Jace Farley. Happy Friday. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, it is frustrating. Element time. The WWV signal includes bad storm area over the ocean. Stay away from used by ships, boats, and they say hundreds of live weather bands. Say thousands of lives in USA, Canada. It's a leadership issue. I'm telling you, it's just I'm blown away by this decision. T-Radio 972, a number of stations have dropped CBS News ahead of the shutdown. I was lucky enough to find a few stations still airing it. Okay. This includes major Audacity-owned stations. Oh, Odyssey, excuse me. I keep saying Audacity. Odyssey, my bad. This includes major Odyssey-owned stations such as WTIC, WPTH. They already switched to ABC News, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing too. The news stuff is it goes back to what I said earlier. Mainstream media is being irrelevant. Well, I said it before, not today, but I said it before. I was just watching a video about that this morning. About what is the word he used? I'm trying to remember the word he used. There was a time that they were relevant. The major news stations were relevant. The major news stations were relevant. But two things happened. Well, one major thing happened was Trump. He exposed them. But I'm being honest. That was a big one. That was a big one because I'll tell you about I'll give you my take on it real quick. My personal experience with the news. I used to watch the news religiously as a kid. Since I was a kid, I always watched the news, and I never questioned them. I thought they were fair and honest. But then, in around 2000 and I'm gonna say around Obama, they weren't honest. And then Trump ran, and then he really exposed them. And now you can see it now. Now everybody knows that the major networks, they all they're just crazy. They're crazy. They're crazy. They're not honest. They're not honest. And when you have a news agency, when you have a news agency that is not honest, or that the media, excuse me, not the media, excuse me, the public, when most of the public, or even half of the public, believes they're not honest, you lose a lot of people. So viewership is going to go down. Listenership is going to go down, and that's what happened. And I'm going to say, sadly, they're not going to be the last ones. They're not going to be the last ones. They're not going to be the last ones. They all, one by one, they're all going to go down. Because there's another thing that's happening right now. Ever since 2010. I'm gonna say around 2010 or so. Now you have something called social media. I mean, it's been around before that, but really around 2010, I think it was around that time, during the Obama time, whatever. Social media kind of took its own thing, and so now you have social media element to it. That people get their news from other places. It may not be the most accurate news, but now you also have alternative choices, like smaller, like OAN. Forget about Fox News. Forget about them. They're just as bad as the others. Like OAN, excuse me, OAN. Newsmax. Of course they're gonna be leaning toward the right, but I don't have to hear the left cry all day about everything. It's like NPR. People complain about, oh, Minute Moves Band is all full of right. No, it's just full of NPR just as much. It's just there's as much NPR you can find down the dial as there is, the right. Let's not kid ourselves. There's a lot more. So, and this is a byproduct of this. This is a byproduct of it. I really thought that Canada was going in the right direction, but this guy, he's awful. Carney, this guy is awful. So, oh, we dodged the bullet. We didn't elect the conservative and as Canadian Prime Minister. We got Carney, and look what happened. I said it at the beginning of this program. I said, you got what you voted for. So yeah. John Ludber, you're right about Nigel Farage. We recently had local elections here. His party won a lot of the Labor voters who voted for him. On the Green Party, I don't know what. Yeah. Showwave Archive, yes, it is very sad to see CBS go tape a lot of the big events off CBS News Radio. One of my favorite was the Artemis 2 splashdown. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the last. I really think it's different. I was watching a video of the. I need to go back to the video and make footnotes on it and talk about it next time. Make some notes on that. Excuse me, not footnotes. Make some notes on that because I forgot the word that he used. He explained it perfectly now. The way he explained it was basically what he explained is every decade we had some important. Well, I shouldn't say important. I'm going to say famous. Like every decade we had famous people, musicians, and all that, events or shows, TV shows, movies. They were iconic for that decade. So if I were to say, like, for example, 1990s, who was like the most influential musician in the 1990s? I'm going to say Michael Jackson. I'm going to say like Michael Jackson. Right? For pop, I'm going to say Michael Jackson. And then, maybe you're going to name some other people. But I'm going to say Michael Jackson, 1990s. Right? This is, top movie to for that decade. I don't know. Jurassic Park. I don't know what what I'm saying. There's iconic stuff that happened in that decade. TV shows. You could name whatever. But every decade had an iconic thing. that we all used to watch together. Like, this is before streaming services and all that, and social media. So around 2010, I think the generation that was born after that, like my son, they can't relate to that. Like, remember when radio first came out? Well, I was not born yet. But when radio first came out, people would gather around the radio to listen to broadcasting, right? And then the first television, people would gather around the TV to see stuff. Like with us in the 70s, when I grew up in the 70s, we gathered around the TV to see stuff. So right now, we don't have that anymore. You see what I'm saying? We don't have that. I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense to the older folks. We always used to gather around a TV screen, and my generation was a TV screen, to see like whatever event, a world event, remember when Lady Diana got married to Prince Charles, the whole thing. It was, I remember seeing that with my family. It was in the living room. I was upstairs. I was doing whatever. And look, the Prince Charles getting married. And I remember that. It was like a thing that we gathered to see. First Man on the Moon. I was a baby. But I can imagine many people sat around the TV or gathered around the TV to see the first man land on the moon. So those were iconic things. So what the guy was saying on that video was, after 2010, we don't have that anymore. Because kids that were born after 2010, they don't have that. We gathered somewhere, or we gathered, like even music. You had to go to the record store and buy the record, or you had to buy the CD. Now, we don't have that. We don't have a common place anymore. Everybody's on their own, watching their own thing. So we lost that. We lost that common thing that we would gather and watch. That's why he was saying, and that makes sense, that now I can't relate to no music after 2010. Anything after 2010, I really can't relate to it at all. I just have no connection to it. Unless it's something recommended to me, and I listen to it. But is it something that the next person gonna listen to? No, it's not like that now. It's not, So we lost that. That's gone forever now. We don't have that anymore. We don't have that. We gather together. Same thing with a movie theater. You want to watch a movie, you would go to a movie theater to watch the movie. And then it was the Blockbuster. You had to go rent the movie. And then you would pop in a VHS tape, and you would gather around to see the VHS tape at least. Or even a DVD movie. But now we don't even have that anymore. And that's gone. We don't have any of that. Video games, same thing. Early video games, you had to go to an arcade to play the games. You had to go to the arcade to play the games. And the technology, it took a long time to finally have a console that could be better than the arcade. And now I don't know if they were going to be better, but close to the arcade quality that you get today. So even gaming now, you can build a gaming PC that can be way better than the arcade version. Because I remember that too. I remember my brother and his friend, we used to go down to Times Square and play video games. This is like the 80s. This is like the 80s, maybe early 90s. We did that. And then I remember early 2000. My wife and I were, back then we were just dating. And I remember taking her down there. And then they finally went out of business. I think after 2000, after the early 2000s, they went out of business. The arcade places in Times Square, they all went out of business. There was a few of them, and they all went out of business because the consoles. Everybody had bought a console, and they would stay home. There was no gathering place for the arcade. Exactly, that's another good point. Yeah. So what the guy was saying is that's the case, and the same thing that's happening with the news. Remember, we would gather around to listen to the news or watch the news. Now that's gone. They lost that. There's no now you can get the news from anywhere. You can get the news on your phone. I can get alerts. You know, I just open up my home. I show you right now. Look, I just show you. Let's show you. I'll show you. Look, I just open up my tab, and I saw something about where's that? Oh, it's gone. Yeah, Kyle Busch just passed away. I forgot about that. I saw it this morning. I was like, Kyle Busch just passed away. Because, you know, I watch NASCAR. So he passed away today. Well, that was last night. I don't know. I didn't. 41 years old. And they're still young. NASCAR champion and all that. So, you know, all your information's right there. Just go, I can just read, you know. I don't have to turn on the TV. I don't have to turn on the TV and watch, put on the radio. All your news is right there. You know? So, yeah, it's that's why I think that model is going to be, sadly but surely, it's going to go away. So CBS News is not going to be the last one. It's not going to be the last one. You know. The Shortwave Archive. I find it concerning when stations like Radio New Zealand have pressure from the government to change. The NZ government doesn't like RNZ to push answers out of politicians that dodge questions. Yeah. Well, you know, I know here in United States, major networks now are then nobody. Well, I don't trust them. I don't think they're fair and honest. I don't even watch them. To me, now they're even unwatchable. They're not even watchable. They're unwatchable to me. I just can't watch them anymore. At one point, they were like kind of like, but now I cannot watch them at all. I just don't care to watch any of them. Any of the major networks, I don't care to watch anything anymore. Even their programming now, it's, you know, going up to late night shows. All the late night shows now are all political toward, you know, toward the left. They just, you know, they're not funny. They're not funny anymore. It's very predictable what's going to happen every night. They're just going to talk about, you know, before it wasn't that way. Before they would make fun of everybody and things like that. It was right down the middle. They would make fun of whoever, it doesn't matter. Now it's not that. Now it's like really vindictive and personal. It's not even funny. That's the biggest thing. It's not funny. So yeah. T Radio 922 is not it is not just because of ratings. Yeah, well, everything has to do with ratings. Ratings, without ratings, you don't get ad dollars. Without ratings, you don't get the advertising money. Without advertising money, you're dead. You need advertising money to you know, to make money. You need advertisers. That's why you, for example, every YouTube, everybody, they need the ad money is what fuels, you know, what makes their money. That's their biggest money maker is ad money. So, and ratings helps with that. Ratings is an indicator of how many people are, you know. But yeah, and not just ratings because of money. Yeah, it's not economically feasible. And they'll drop it. Look what happened to Stephen Colbert. Yeah, exactly. I just explained it. He's not funny. And they're paying him all this money. $40 million a year for what? He's not even funny. He was never that funny. I knew that from when he first came up. When he first started, he was not that funny. He was a little funny. But, when you become too much, he was funny when he started. Because he was just make fun of everybody. But then he like Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel used to be funny. But then when you become this vindictive person on the left, that's it. You're not funny anymore. You're just a political mouthpiece that tries to be funny and is not. And then the salaries are ridiculous. That's why I think Jimmy Kimmel's going to eventually get fired. That's why, again, you just put it right there in writing. CBS did the right thing. They're cutting costs. So they say, okay, what is hemorrhaging cash or money? Why are we losing so much money? CBS News and Stephen Colbert, get rid of them. ABC News hasn't done that yet. They're going to have to do that because ABC News is losing money too. Then they lost money with ESPN, ABC, Disney owns all of that. So Disney cut, ESPN, they're cutting jobs. But there's going to be a point where they're going to have to say, you know what, we're going to have to cut them off completely. Because, so I think ABC News is going to be next sooner than later. Because they're another network that's just, I mean, you see, I don't know if you see the interviews, but I see when they try to, have a couple of nasty people in the White House correspondence. And they always, Trump always points them out at them and say, you guys are the worst. Because they just people are onto that. They're not respected anymore. They're not respected. Their ratings are all gonna be. So ABC News is gonna be next. They're gonna have to cut. First of all, they're gonna have to cut Jimmy Kimmel. They're gonna have to cut him because it's just to the point right now. The other major networks already cut their late night crap, and they're gonna say, okay, why are we still paying this guy money when he's? And by the way, also The View. That's another one they're going to have to get rid of, The View. But that one might stick around because at least that one fills in a particular time slot where unfortunately, a lot of housewives, when they're home, not working, and they watch that stuff and so at least they have a demographic for that. So it's just cost. And, like I said, a lot of people are not tuning into the regular mainstream media no more. They just don't care for it. I hate to say it, they don't care for it. John Ludbrook, Carney ran the Bank of England interest rates when he left the beloved Canada. Canada, yeah, exactly. Hello, Tasso. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. Now it's 12:48 here. And somebody's revving their. Here we go. Let me get some water. My water's right there. Let me go get my water. Okay, there you go. I needed that. I needed that water. All right. Wow, 2 hours. 2 hours and 20 minutes already in the books. Wow. All right, 2 hours and 20 minutes already. Nice. I was going to hook up the webcam and do the outside today, but it's a little windy. It's a little drafty out there, so I was like, Yeah. So hello, Tasso. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the 70s used to. Let me go here. Let me go back up here. Let me go back up here. Yeah, James Farley in the 70s, we used to gather at the arcade. Yeah, I remember playing. Tasso, I remember playing arcade in the 2000. Yeah, early 2000. I know in Times Square we had a few of them. We had about I remember we had one called Playland. It was a 24-hour arcade. Then they closed that one down in the late 90s. That one got closed down. Then they had another one near Times Square. It's called Fascination. It was a two-level, two-story. And that one was opened, I guess, after the Playland closed one. And that one lasted about the early 2000s. Then it went away. That one got closed down. So Playland was the original one. Playland in Times Square, that was there for God knows how many years. Because I went there as a kid with my brothers. And I went back there in the 90s. And then, even in my early 20s. And then I think late 90s, I went back there, it was gone. It was gone. Then they had another one called Fascination. That was the one that I went to with my wife when I was dating. So I took her there. We went out to eat in Times Square, and then we went there to play some games. Yeah. VG Radio, there was a great arcade scene in the movie War Games. Yeah. Tasso, the majority young people and target audience for advertising get their news from social media. We're in the minority. It's all on demand now, with the exception of live sports. Nobody cares. Well, yeah. Well, live sports is still a big business, but yeah, it's just in general programming now. It's um like right now we have 24-hour programming. That's another thing. Back in the 70s, even in the 80s, when you wanted to watch a particular sitcom, you had to tune in at that time. That was it. It was on Thursday night at 8 o'clock. It's gonna be this show on this channel. That was it. There was no DVR back then. Yeah, if you wanted to record it on a VHS, and but most people will watch it right there. So we will gather and watch it. Now we don't. Now we have instant video on demand and all that. Every device is a DVR now. And of course, we have everything. We have, like now you have Amazon Prime, you have all this. Back then, it was only a handful of stations. Now you have thousands of stations to watch anything. You have greater choice now. Back then, that's all you could watch. Even, by the way, I'm talking about before cable. That's all you could watch. And even if you had cable, it was not, like hundreds of channels right away. It evolved. It took a few years. So yeah, like for example, MTV, you had to get cable just to watch all music television. And whatever was iconic at that time, everybody would listen to that. Now, everybody listens to everything. There's no like one artist that stands out. I know people want to say, "Oh, Taylor Swift." No, she has a big following, but she's not the top. Whatever. She's the top in terms of concerts. People are stupid to pay so much money to see her, but that's different. But I'm talking about in terms of like getting together and all that. That's gone forever because we don't have that now. We don't have that now. Even movies now. Who goes to the movies anymore to watch a movie? I got a big screen TV behind me. I enjoy watching this. Then rather go to sitting in a movie and pay for a $20 hot dog. I don't know how much the hot dogs are now. $10 hot dog. I don't know. $20 for a hot dog and a soda. You know, it's not the same. It's just a different. It's a different. Like the kids that are born now after 2010, they can't relate to that. They don't have a relationship for that. They don't. They don't remember like me. Like I remember, we had a black and white TV. Our first TV in the house was a black and white TV. We had that for years before finally my brother bought a color TV, and we started watching color TV. Like we had one color TV in the living room, and we would gather to watch it. And then as I got older, I finally, I was I was working, and I finally bought my own color TV in my room, and then I had color TV in my room. That was a big thing back then, to have your own color TV. You know, especially when you had your own video game, just like when you had a Commodore. I know people that had black and white TV with their Commodore. I was like, ew, ew. So yeah, yeah, it's all on demand now. Exactly, with the exception of live sports. Yeah, very sad, but it's not surprising. Exactly, this is just gonna go down that thing. I think the next one is gonna be ABC News. I think eventually NBC News is gonna be another one. They're gonna have to keep cutting costs because you just I just don't believe them anymore. That aura that aura that they had for me, with me growing up as a kid. They had that aura that you go to them when you want to learn about the when you want to know about the news, you go to them, and that's it. No, now I know they're all have an agenda now. You know, now they're unwatchable. To me, they're all unwatchable now. I can't watch any of them. Like stage stuff, Even the Weather Channel turned into that. That guy that's always outside with the hurricane. Or they put the canoe. They'll be on a canoe in the flooded area, and it's not even like somebody walks by them standing. Like the water's not even that deep, but they have a canoe like to show, the water's really deep. I'm in this canoe, Like, give me a break. They all try to dramatize it to the next degree. Yeah. TV rating 1992. I didn't have my own TV until I was a teenager. Yeah, same here. Until I was a teenager. And when I had my Commodore. But I had my own TV. I had a color TV. It was handed down to me, actually. Actually, my first TV was actually, I didn't buy it. It was handed down to me in my bag. It was a Philco. My brother had, I don't know where he got it from, and then he gave it to me. He said, you can have it. I said, okay, wow. And then I bought, the next TV, I bought it. It was like my first job, and I saved up money, and I bought a Fisher 20-inch. That was like the big deal, man. I was like 20-inch, man. Color TV with picture-in-picture. So TV rating, I didn't have my own TV until I was a teenager. I would watch in either the living room or my parents' room when I was a kid. Same here. That's what I did. Yeah, Kyle Busch just passed away. Yes, I think it was yesterday. I don't know. I just saw it this morning. I was like, wow. Yeah. So rest in peace, Kyle Busch. Yeah, Ty. So NBC Radio is still around. Fox Radio is still around. They're still around. It's just that they're slowly. Well, not slowly. I know NBC News, another one that's very can't believe anything they say anymore. They all just, yeah, I know. Paul VT, Jimmy Kimmel hasn't been funny since the Man Show, which was hysterical. Yeah, it was. It was funny. I watched. I didn't. I only watched a couple of them. The Man Show. I thought it was just. It was okay. I didn't really care for that because at that time, I was already over that. I guess it was like the Howard Stern thing type thing. I was already over that stuff, shock thing. So like it was, it was okay. I mean, but now it's just political. Not even funny. It's not funny at all. Not funny. Yeah. My eyes are itching a little. John Lutbrook. The '70s as a kid, I loved it. It was all magical. Yeah, I know. Same here. I miss those days. Life was a lot more simple. Now these kids now they get bombarded with so much stuff now, and they go down these rabbit holes like the whole. This is why I'm talking about with the pronoun nonsense. They try to convince kids that they're this, they're that. No, you don't know. And by the way, people change. People can change, and that's the problem with you. When it goes back to what I'm saying with the voting for this stuff. The whole like they want to put this in schools. Like they want to put this in schools. Like the kid says, "Oh, I think I might be this," or I think I might like. I think I might like this, or I'm not into this thing, or whatever. Against the parents' wishes. I mean, I think that's just horrible because it leads down to bad stuff. If you allow that, then the next thing is you're doing this. Oh, we got to, you're not protecting the kids. That's a lie. You're not protecting them. What you're doing is life was more simple when you didn't have to deal with all that. Life was more simple when you went to school and you actually did your work and you come home. You had to do some homework and that was it. It was not about, and the curriculum, whatever curriculum, that's what you have to learn. I said, now it's about, you know, the whole pronoun thing and everything. It's just stupid. It's just really dumb. Like kids already have a lot on their plate. And now you want to confuse them with that stuff. Like, I knew early on that I like girls. That was it. I knew early on. When I mean by early on, I think probably around 11, 12. I kind of knew, okay, then I suddenly, I think, I like, I like this girl, whatever. That's it. That's it. I didn't go nothing, But like I knew that I was not into my own. I was not into, I was gonna, and that never changed. I never had that doubt. And that's okay if you feel the other way. But even if you're not sure, it's not the school's job to decide for me. And that's the problem when you go down that no, you know, and that's the problem. We have too, it's just that's too intrusive. Life was a lot more simple. We didn't have all that shit thrown in our face. You went to school. You said the pledge. You would say the Pledge of Allegiance. They didn't have this whole other agenda. We didn't have any of that nonsense. Paul VT Radio. Excuse me. Oh my God. So excuse me. In the 60s and 70s, I used to wake up to the station signing on before the cartoons. I remember them signing off at night. So yeah, exactly. I remember like the TV stations when they would sign off or they would sign on. And that was my thing. I used to wait for those. I used to wait for that time too because I used to like to watch that. It wasn't even about the program. Sometimes I just wanted to watch the sign off or the sign in because nobody in my house did that, only me. So that's when I knew I was into. It was like a hobby, like it's the hobby, I guess. So I was into that. Like I would watch it, and probably they all looked at me like, "Why are you watching this stuff? This is just signing off." And I would stay there and watch it. So, of course, now if you go on YouTube, there's many videos on that stuff, on stations signing off or signing on for the day, things like that. So, those are great memories. Yeah. Yeah. The Shortwave Archive. I am seeing a trend in my Generation Z where people are using things like Walkmans and VCR. The downside is it sucks the remaining stock of this stuff left because no one's making it anymore. I know. Yeah, some people are tapping into that like as a like a nostalgic thing or a history thing. I remember my son. It was like a year ago. He wanted to know about cassettes, so I told him, so I lend him the boombox. I say, "Oh, you want to hear cassettes? Okay, here," because he wanted to know how it was. I guess he saw it on YouTube somewhere. So he asked me about it. I said, "No, they're right here. I have a whole bunch of cassettes. These are cassette. You pop it in here. You play it. You got to rewind it and play it, and then you can flip it to the other side and things like that." So he was like, so he did that for a few days, and then that's it. He wanted to know how it was, but he found it to be old fashioned and antiquated. I said, "Yeah, that's the way it was." Well, that's what we had back then. We didn't have streaming. We didn't have no Spotify or anything like that. So yeah. John Ludberg, but for the adults, grown-ups in the 70s, strikes, no electricity. It went off for hours. Black and white portable connected to the car. Yeah, connected to car battery. I know. We had somebody in when I was growing up in the Bronx. They would bring out their TV, black and white TV, but they would hook it up to the pole, to the light pole outside. They would just hook it up. It wasn't a portable TV. It was just a television, but it was a small black and white TV, and he would put it on top of the car, on top of the not the hood of the car, but on top of the car, and he would plug in. What they would do is they would I don't know how they would tap into the light pole. They would open up the panel, the light pole, right, the street light. It has a base. There's a base, and they will open up the panel, and I guess there's a little I think it's like a threaded connector in there for a fuse or something. I think I think the city would have one open, so somebody will get a threaded connector with the two prong. So they would thread in they would thread in. It's like look like a light bulb socket, but you would thread it in, and it had a two prong connector, and they would just plug it in, and that's how they would get the electricity, and they would be watching electricity. I mean, they would be watching television, black and white TV in the street next to the utility pole, and they would just put it on top of something, and people would watch. Like in our case, they would put the Yankee game on. It could be like the middle of the summer. We'd be watching the Yankees outside on a black and white TV plugged into a utility pole. So, or they would literally tap into the line. I don't know who the hell would do that. And then they would put an outlet. They would put a hook, or an extension cord or something. I don't know what they would do, but I know they had I know they had like the threaded. It looked like a light bulb socket, but they would put a light bulb socket with the plug with the female 2-prong, and they would just plug it in there, and they would turn on the TV. It wasn't even, it was a portable TV. It was just plugged in out to street light. So I seen that people do that. They also did that with the boom boxes. Instead of running on battery, they would plug it into the street light, and they would just throw a party. I seen them do that with street. By the way, also a street jam. I seen that like in the schoolyard. They did that in the schoolyard. They would do that too. They would try to find a light pole nearby. They would open it up. They would jerry rig it and put a plug on it, and then they would run the extension there, and then all the DJ equipment out there in the schoolyard, and have a party. There was no permits, none of that. They would just throw a party out there until somebody complained or something happened, and then. But that's the way it was. That's the way it was back in the 70s, or even in the early 80s. Excuse me. Sorry. So it wasn't even a car battery. It was directly into the street lights. Street light. Yeah. Tasso, indeed, it's her house and world. You just live in it. Yeah. That I hear it. I don't know what the hell that came from. Yeah, that's it. We had fun, that's another thing. We would play outside a lot. We wasn't on the TV all day, so that's another thing we would do a lot. We would play outside. John loved, but we had no electricity. We had fun, no electricity. We didn't care. Go play in the park. Yeah. Tasso, the majority of people only listen to terrestrial radio in the car these days. Even that is going away because of Apple CarPlay and the like. Yeah, I know. Eventually, that's why I think eventually, I think right now we just put it off for now. The AM radio and the car stuff. I think I said it. I think it might have been my last screen. I think in the next 10 to 20 years, it's not going to be no AM car radio in the car anymore, or even FM. I think it's just going to be streaming or subscription based streaming at some point. Yeah. Oh, hear me. Oh. James Farley, I got my first 12-inch Zenith black and white TV from SNH Green Stamps. Okay. Yeah, I forgot what was it might have been a GE. No, Panasonic. The first black and white TV. No, the first black and white TV we had, yeah, it was a Zenith. The first one we had in our household was a Zenith. It was let's say, no, it was bigger than 12-inch. It was not 12-inch. I think it might have been. I'm thinking. I have to look it up. Actually, I have pictures of it. I don't know the model. I have to look it up, but I have pictures of it though. It was white. It was big. It was pretty big, but it wasn't a console. I knew people that had the big one with the furniture around it. Like the console. I guess they call that the console. We didn't have that. Ours was big TV. It had white on it. It was like white plastic. Of course, it turned yellow over time. And of course, it had the knobs. Black and white TV had the knobs. You had the VHF and the UHF knobs. And I remember the TV, the knob when it broke, we used a fork. We would stick a fork to change it with a fork. And then the antenna, of course, when it broke, we put a wire hanger. We use a wire hanger. And then you bang it. Bing! And that was your tuning. You bang it. Bing! That time it will fix the picture. Tasso, in my car, mostly have terrestrial radio and 1010 wins. Oh my God. On a lot on AM, the way it's supposed to be. I heard the anchor man just earlier say, ditch the AM static for, I know, but yeah, I don't know why you would say that. Ditch the AM static for 92.3. I'm like, no thanks. I'll stick to static. I know, same here. I know. Same here. I do like the static. Tasso. Yeah, but I'll do the alternative between the two. KNX in California has added to an FM simulcast, like FM, yeah, and they are shutting it off. So what's the point? Ironically, I know I'm hoping that's not the case with 1010 wins. I'm hoping they're not gonna get rid of the what you call it? Get rid of the AM component. I think the CBS thing. I think the CBS thing delayed it because I don't think they're gonna be. Oh, a year after they're gonna, well, like 2 years now, right? It's almost 2 years already. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Ironically, they're also owned by Odyssey. Yeah. So that's why I don't think they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna wait on 1010 wins for a while before they do that move to go ditch the AM station. But the problem with Odyssey is they did lose money though. When their stock came out, their stock when they went public, their stock was okay, but it didn't do well, and it actually hasn't been doing well for years. So they got to the point where they were I don't know, they filed for bankruptcy or something like that, or bankruptcy protection or whatever, because their stock was plummeting. And I think that's what happened with the CBS thing. They had to cut costs. So if they're gonna cut more costs, then yeah, that might be the case. Yeah. Sorry. Remember the VT Radio? Remember the miniseries when there were good miniseries on TV? Yeah, I know exactly. That's what I'm saying. We used to gather to see all that, like Shogun. We were glued for a week. Sorry, I skipped it. Let me go back up here. Oh my god, so much stuff I missed. Yeah, like the miniseries. Exactly. We were glued to the TV for a week. Usually ABC, I think. Yeah, I remember Shogun. And then a lot of miniseries. We were just glued to it. By the way, Roots was like Roots. I think the first big miniseries that I saw as a kid was Roots. I think that was the first big one in major network television. I think it was Roots, the miniseries. I have to look that up. I mean, you could Google it and let me know in the chat. But if I remember in the 70s, I think that was the first miniseries in network television was Roots. So I know everybody know what Roots is. It's based on the book. It's of course a history of it's like basically is slavery. It started with Kunta Kinte, and he was they brought him from Africa to America, and then of course the generation, it was a generational story. So it's Kunta Kinte, and then after that, and then so on until the end of slavery. So if you've never seen that miniseries, I definitely will recommend that. Watch that. It's a great miniseries. I probably need to watch it again. I watched it a couple of times. I never watched the whole thing in one sitting, but I remember watching it. I remember that when it first came out. I did watch most of it, but I think some of it I missed it because I was watching the Yankees or whatever. But I actually, eventually, I did get to see every episode. I did see it. So, and there were some great actors in there. Many great actors were in that miniseries. So, of course, LeVar Burton plays Kunta Kinte. So that was the first. Of course, it could be a little graphic in terms of the the violence, especially in the beginning when with the whipping and all that. That was kind of tough to watch. But I think that was the first miniseries in network television that I remember. I think that might have been the first one. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't remember. Because that one, everybody watched that one. I remember that one. We even talked about it in school. So, Roots. Yeah, yeah. And I think that was ABC. That might have been also ABC. I think ABC did. It was on ABC. I remember. I think it was ABC. So AM just doesn't work when you're in the tunnel. Yeah, or under the bridge. Yeah. Let me go here. So indeed, I am much closer to 92.3 transmitter. I notice more static on AM, which comes from New Jersey. Granted, 50,000 watts. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're talking to yeah. Let me go here. Shortwave archive. I've had teachers say we're gonna practice using this AI for research. No thanks. I survived 10 years of my schooling with no AI. Yeah, I know that's another thing. The AI thing is crazy. Shortwave archive. I love cassettes. I've been using them before my generation started going backwards. Yeah. T-Radio 1972. Back then, if you didn't find the record, tape, or CD in the store, you were out of luck. Yeah, exactly. That was it. That happened to me quite a few times. They were either sold, they was probably sold out. So it happened to me a few times where I was looking for a particular song, and I would go to like the one I used to go to. This is like not in the 70s. I'm talking about like in the 90s when I would go to Manhattan. I would go to a place called HMV, H&M or something. Anyway, I don't know. I forgot the record stop. I mean, there was Tower Rec. No, not Tower Record. There was. I think it was called H&M or. Anyway, that's the one I would go to. So that's where I used to buy my CDs at. So I would go in there and they didn't have the song. Then I was out of luck. Until Napster. Then Napster took care of that. I was then Napster was the thing. So I bought most of my CDs. I did buy them. Of course, a bunch of them I got them from the Columbia House thing too. I would do that Columbia House thing. Oh, you get 8 CDs for like a penny or something. I don't know what the hell it was. I forgot what it was. And they would send you the first 8 CDs, and then I pick. You pick them, and then they put you on a subscription based thing, and I would never order from them again. and I would just use different names, the same address. My sister and my brother would be like, "Who is Darren Millen?" "Oh, that's mine. That's mine." So they would give me the package, and then I would open. I had CDs in there. Then I would go in as Darren something else or David this. I think like a third of my collection is Columbia House CDs. Or the other one, not Columbia House. There's another one. I forgot. There's like two of them. It's Columbia House. Is it BMG? Or so I forgot what it was. Anyway, so they were like, hey, we first 8 are free, and then you have to, and then they would just keep sending me the bill, and I would just. I know I'm not the only one that did that. A lot of people did that. A lot of people did that. Especially if like in my case, my sister, my brother, they knew. I was like, okay, this is this guy. And then my sister would do that too. I would did it first, and then my sister would do it. My sister would have like all these different. You'd be like, Yvette so and so, Yvette this name, that name. So she did the same thing. And then she took it a step further, I think, with the VHS membership too. Like but I was guilty of that though. Like I think a third of the collection I have right there, I think they're all free stuff. Oh my god, shame on me. Yeah, so of course, right, like I said, now you can find most songs or album on streaming. Yeah, so now any streaming, Spotify. That's the one I use, Spotify. Tasso, I like the teletype sound in the background. While they're doing it, yeah, that's same here. I love the teletype thing. Yeah. BT Radio. Yes, Columbia House. I got 8 albums for a penny, and I rarely bought anything. I never bought anything after that. I would just get the 8 free ones, and then that's it. Then they would send you the bill, for the next one. Like if you don't buy it by this time, then we bill you. I would just rip it out, come out with a different name. I had like so many aliases. This was ACD. So, and by the way, also my friend did it. My friend from up the block, his name is Juan. He would do it. He did it too. So I would get CDs, and we would trade CDs. Cause you got Metallica. What is it? You got Metallica. Ride the Lightning album. Okay, I'll give you Guns N' Roses this album, or Pantera this album. I'm like, okay. Or whatever, he was into Bruce Springsteen and all that. Oh, you got Bruce Springsteen? Okay, I'll give you this for I don't know, whatever, Depeche Mode, whatever. I'll say, okay, I'll take this. So we would trade. We would trade CDs. Sometimes I would get him. Sometimes I would get CDs that he wanted because I didn't know who the hell they were. Because my music wise, I didn't have cable back then. He had cable. And he's really into music, so he knows the art. He knows. So he would say, "Oh, you got Melissa Etheridge." I'm like, "Who the fuck is Melissa Etheridge?" And then I would hear the song. Say, "Oh, okay, I heard this song before. You can have this. I don't want Melissa Etheridge. Here, take this shit. I'll throw it in for free here, Melissa Etheridge. I don't want to hear that shit." So, it was like one of. Oh, you got Alanis Morissette? I was like, "Yeah, here, take it, bro. I don't want." Oh, you got Snoop Dogg? Let me have that one. I would take Snoop Dogg. I would give him Alanis Morissette. Yo, me and him, we had an operation. Because he would do the same thing with his names. And then he got his brother in there. So it was me. My sister, I would trade with my sister too. She would get like, I don't know. Because I think when you pick the 8, it's a small selection. It's not that many. So sometimes like the third time around, I was okay. I got that one already. I got that one. I don't want that one. I got that one. So I would ask him, "Yo, what you got?" And then he would tell me, "Oh, yo, I got." I said, "All right, so I'll give you my. I'll give you my." No, he'll tell me, "Okay, I'll," because he doesn't like hip hop. He doesn't like rap. So I would like, and I said, "Oh, you got, Dr. Dre. Oh, you got Dr. Dre. Okay, I'll take Dr. Dre, and I'll give you, what do you want?" He'll be like, "Yo, you got, you got, what it was?" He would ask me, uh, like Tool, like Tool. Oh, you got Green Day. Yeah, I take Green Day. I don't. I like Green Day, but I was like, yeah, you can have Green Day here. You got Dr. Dre. I'll take Dr. Dre here. Green Day. Things like that. Yo, I think we put them out of business. I think that's what happened. I think they went out because of all of us. They see these for a penny, and then you come out with a different name, another ACDs, and same mailbox. What are we going to do? Send the Columbia House Police? Sir, you've been ordering a lot of CDs here from this household. And then I would put fake apartment number. It's a private house. I would put apartment N, Suite E. Oh, you did the neighbor thing, which is that's even sweeter. Jake's father. I used my neighbor's address and waited for the CDs to come. Yeah, yeah. Yo, I still have them. I still got a bunch of them. I still got them. All those CDs. You know how much money you know how much money they would cost if you buy those CDs in the store? Yo, that's a lot of money. So I got right now I got over 250 CDs right there. So I'm gonna say more than a third. I'm gonna say about a third. So what's a third out of 250? That's almost 100. Yeah, about 100. So about 100 CDs, almost 100 CDs from there came from Columbia House. That's it, which is Columbia House swapping. And I gave away some. Like sometime, like I would have like 2 CDs. I would give him 2 CDs for a good CD that I wanted. Cause he had a lot of CDs. I didn't have that many. He had a lot. My friend, he had a lot. I think he wound up with I think his collection before we heard of Napster, he had about 1,000 CDs. I mean, this guy had a lot of freaking CDs. So he would have all the CDs that I wanted. It was like, oh, I got Dr. Dre. He's like, you got Dr. Dre? I would give him 2 CDs for Dr. Dre. Or something like that. Because I was going to buy the CD. But he had it. So I said, you know what? I'll just, let me, here, bro. I'll give you, yeah. Yo. Yo, we had like an operation going on, bro. Oh my God. Yo, that was like, yeah, we had to do that back then. John Ludbrook in UK, no AM or medium wave anymore. Radio here, and Europe, Australia, mostly FM DAB. Catching up at most cars, switching to FM RDS or DAB, also Bluetooth, Apple Player, and AM and medium wave nearly all gone in UK. I know. It's and now of course the long wave. The shortwave archive stations need to remember that they are listeners outside of the big city and suburb. I'm just enough outside of Denver that AM still comes in, but the FM repeaters. Yeah, I know, especially in I know Denver, right? That's Mile High City. Well, mountains. So mountainous terrain is even more reason why AM works better than FM because you got valleys and hills and hills and valleys and what have you. So yeah. Yeah, John Love, but wait, yes, Radio for Long Wave closed for good at the end of June, and that's sad. VT Radio Roots was the first memorable miniseries for all of us, but there were two more before that. Okay, no, I remember Rich Man Poor Man. I remember that, but I didn't watch it. But I heard of Rich Man Poor Man. The other one I don't remember. The I don't remember the other one. QB or Queen. What is it? I don't know. But I remember Richmond. I heard of Richmond Poor Man. I didn't know anything about that. But for me, it was Roots. That was my first. My first miniseries was Roots. For me, because I was when it came out, I think I was 9. I remember. I might have been 9 years old. I was very young when I saw Roots. But I thought Rich Man Poor Man came out. Oh, they were before that. Okay, so yeah. But I heard of Rich Man Poor Man. I never watched it. I never saw it. I to this day I still never watched it. But Roots was the one for me because we talked about it in school. And I remember, of course, O.J. Simpson. He was in the first one. If you see Roots, the first episode was OJ. Kunta Kinte was he got chased by O.J. Simpson. Like they were like a village rival or something. I don't know. I forgot what it was the whole thing about. But I remember there was that iconic scene that he's chasing him. And back then O.J. Simpson was I think he had just retired. Did he just retired? I think at that time he had just retired from the NFL. He had just started getting into acting. So I think that was his first. Actually, I think that was his first miniseries too. I think that was his first television movie. O.J. Simpson, I think. But yeah, of course, he made. Of course, he was a spokesperson for. He made commercials for. Was it Hertz car rental? I know that's what I remember. I remember O.J. Simpson because of the Hertz. Was it Hertz? I'm thinking if it was Avis. It might have been Hertz, right? I think it's Hertz. He was like in every commercial. He's like the spokesperson for that. But I remember the first one. It was O.J. Simpson. Yeah, I remember that. Jason already said he remembered both of the series. Yeah, I remember Rich Man Poor Man, but I didn't watch it. But the other one, I don't have no clue what the other one was. Yeah. Yeah, so VT Radio said, yeah, yes, Columbia House, I got 8 albums for a penny. Yeah. I really bought it. I didn't buy any of them. I would just different name, different. So Shogun was on NBC. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it was NBC for Shogun. Yeah. But Roots was ABC, right? Was it ABC when it first came out? I think it was ABC for Roots. Rich Man Poor Man, I think was NBC. I remember watching the promos and all that, but I never watched the miniseries. But anyway, the point was that we used to gather to watch that stuff. There was no like rerun of it. When it first came out, you had to watch it or you didn't see it. That was it. Of course, later on they will bring it back, rerun some other time. But that was the thing; you had to watch it right there. So, like, we don't have that now. Now it's like We don't have that type of thing to do that. James Farley. I used to use my neighbor's address and wait for the CD. Yeah. With Roots, I remember. Okay, so Roots was ABC. With Roots, I remember we talked about it in school. We didn't have to write anything about it, but we had to talk about it. We did talk about it though. I remember we talked about it. We just discussed about it. That's all. We didn't have no assignments because of it. We just talked about it. So yeah, Twin Peaks was a very popular miniseries. I heard of Twin Peaks, but I never watched it. I never. So Roots was on ABC, and we had to write a paper on each episode. Okay, yeah, we didn't do that. We didn't have to do that. But I don't know what grade you was in back then. But when the Roots came out, I was what? I think I was in the 3rd grade or 4th grade. I might have been in the 4th grade or the 3rd grade. I'm trying to remember. I don't. I was very young. I was probably 8 or 9 or. I'm gonna say close. I think I was more. I think I was closer to 8. I was very young. I know they talked about it in class, and that was it. Yeah. So right now, 3 hours and 12 minutes in the books. So thank you for watching. Yeah. So I'm gonna make a video soon on this. I want to update this one because this one is acting glitchy. I notice it acts glitchy sometimes. So before I make the review, I want to do an update on this one. I need to do I'm gonna update this one. The FMDX web server, when it's on, it does act glitchy too. At first, I thought it was the radio because I hooked up the radio to it for a couple of days. I hooked it up to it. It was fine, but I noticed it was glitchy. At first, I thought it was the radio, but then I swapped it with this one, and I think it's a server that's glitchy, and that could easily be fixed. I think it's a Chrome issue. I had tried with another browser, but I think Chrome sometimes. When you listen to FMDX web server, I don't know if Chicopee is still on here. Maybe he can verify that. But I noticed that FMDX web server, when I go on, I could be tuning the station for a while. And maybe depending on what I'm listening to, suddenly there'll be like glitching and it won't, like, the audio starts cutting off and all that stuff. At first, I thought it was this radio. I was like, oh boy, not a good thing. But then I hooked up this radio back, the original one. I hooked it back up, and I was still getting the glitching. So it's definitely is the FMDX web server software might be the issue. I did update it to the latest a couple of months ago. I think it's 1.4, 1.1.04B or something like that. So it does glitch up. Now, when that happens, all you do is I just hit the refresh, reload the tab, and it goes away. So I don't know if that's why I'm trying to pinpoint if it's a Chrome issue or if it's a FMDX web server issue. But I got it down to those two. It's definitely not the radio issue. So worst case scenario, I thought it was the radio that was causing the glitching, but it's not that. It's definitely, I think it's either Chrome issue or the So I need to maybe open it up in another browser and let it play and see it. So it could be, I don't know. If it's a server issue, they need to update it. But I don't know if it's that because I went to the forum and they haven't talked about it in the forum. So yeah. But this one I need to update because this one, when I had it in the FMDX web server, I was getting on the RDS, I was getting different, there's one station I was getting, but I think it might have been wrong. I think the RDS database on this is kind of, I don't know. I need to see if Yeah. So I need to not, yeah, because over here I use Chrome, but I'm gonna try to use the other browser, the Edge browser, or maybe like in this case, maybe use another browser and see, because I'm thinking it's the server. Is if there is, I think there might be an issue with the FMDX web server, because I didn't get that issue before. With previous versions of the FMDX web server, I never got that glitching issue. But since I updated to this one, I think it's this server software is glitching out. So they're gonna have to do a fix on that. I think it's that. Now, also, I know Chrome does act up. I do get the all snap sometimes, which is annoying. See, right now on this one, I don't use Chrome. I don't even have it installed. This one, the streaming one, I don't even have Chrome installed. I only have Edge and Brave. Those are the two browsers I have on this one. So right now I'm using Edge. And also this one I upgraded the video RAM, the video graphics card. Before I had a 1 GB graphics card, now it's 4 GB. So it's handling, it's much better, because Edge is kind of a freaking memory hog with all the stuff they throw on it. So now so far it's been better, because this is the one I plan to stream a lot. Sometimes I may stream this one and you're gonna see that view, but I don't stream this one often. This is the one I stream with most because I want this in the bag. So this is my, for example, like the 30-day coming up on the thing and the World Cup thing. I'm gonna be using this one, of course. So yeah. John Ludbrook. All them programs used to watch BBC on BBC One weekend. Around the TV, Shogun. Yeah, Richard Chamberlain. That's right. That's the name, Richard Chamberlain. Yeah, he was Canadian roots. The guy from Star Trek: Next Generation. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Richard Chamberlain. So I was thinking of the actor that. Yeah. Glenn, I remember a couple of years ago you had trouble with Chrome. Yeah, I had trouble with Chrome because it kept crashing. When I would do live stream with the YouTube Studio, but I don't do that no more. Right now, for example, I'm using OBS. For all my live streams now, I'm using OBS for now on. So I don't need to have YouTube Studio open anymore. I don't need to do that. So and I don't use Chrome. I'm done with Chrome. Doctor Who star Michael Keating died dead at 79. Okay, so wow, it's like busy day here with so it was Kyle Busch and now Doctor Who star Michael. I don't watch Doctor Who. I never watched it. I could care less about Doctor Who, but apparently it's a big thing. People love to watch that stuff. I just don't watch all that stuff. So yeah. Yeah. So NASCAR legend Kyle Busch dies at age 41. He's 41 years old. Wow. Yeah. So I need to update that one, but I want to set this one up with the this computer so I can record it and see if I can make a video out of it on this one. Then I plan to do the other one, the mini TF, update that one. But this is the one I have to be careful with because this is the one with the button and I don't want to break it. So I have to make sure I have everything. When I make the video, I want to have it as you know, basically like the SI 4732 video when I made it a couple of years ago. It turned out to be a good video, but I want to make it that type of quality video. So I have to make sure that, I can shoot the shots and all that. TV 972, I have to go now. Have a good weekend. 73, take care. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a great weekend. A great Memorial Day weekend, excuse me. Weather permitting, because I know today right now is good. 65 degrees. I believe tomorrow is going to rain. I think afternoon all the way till Sunday, we're going to have rain. And then Monday, Memorial Day, we're supposed to, I think I don't know. I haven't checked the forecast lately. I was talking about last night I checked it. And I think Monday we're going to be fine. I think we're going to, maybe like a couple of showers in the morning, but then the rest of the day should be fine. So, but right now it cooled off. I mean, we had a couple of days, 3 days in a row where we hit upper 80s. And then the last 2 days before that was a low 90s. Or mid 90s. I don't know, long. It felt like 96 or something. I forgot what the hell it was. It was hot. And then yesterday cooled off. So I definitely gotta make the video for this to update it. Somebody did make a video of this already, but he didn't cover a couple of things that I want to cover. So, excuse me. Yeah. So let me see what's gonna happen. So anyway, anybody has a question, let me know now. I'm gonna be out for another bit. It's 1:51. I'm gonna go pick up my son in about 45 minutes or so. I'll get ready to pick him up. But yeah, the webcam I need to I'm probably gonna get a longer cable. I don't know yet. I'm thinking about moving it actually. But I'm thinking about, I bought the birdhouse for the other one. I'm thinking about using that one. It's right down. I showed it last time. Wooden birdhouse that I bought and used but I have this new one that I bought. This one. Oh man. Excuse me. I was gonna do this one today. I was gonna hook it up out there, but it was a little windy earlier, so I said I don't want to take the chance and knock this one over, and then this breaks. Because the other one, that's how it broke. It was on the tripod. The tripod is right there. It was on the tripod, and that night I was clumsy, and I tripped, and I knocked down the pole, the mount, and it hit the wall, and then the camera. You see the swivel? You see the mount in between? Like a little ball joint. That thing broke. So now I only have the camera now with no mount. So I might use that camera for that project. So this is the mount from the old one. See, it broke. It's broken. And the camera is around there somewhere. I think I put it over there somewhere. So it broke off. So I can't fix it. It was like a ball joint. And that's it. My clumsiness broke that one. That was a good camera. That one I think I paid was it $34, $90. It was like almost $40. I had bought this camera during the pandemic to replace this one. Because my son was using this one at that time for remote learning. So this one worked pretty good. The quality was still pretty good on this one. But now, that one broke. I'm going to test this one out there. This new one. It has a cover. It even has a cover. But for the birdhouse, let me get the birdhouse. Let me reach over here and get it. Okay, of course, right away. Excuse me. Yeah, so for the birdhouse, I'm gonna cut this out. This plastic. It's like a see-through plastic. I'm gonna cut this out, and I'm gonna put that camera in there. This thing comes out. This thing slides out. You can slide it out, and then I'm gonna put the camera in there. I'm gonna put it about here. Then I'm gonna extend this out. Put a tray here. That way, when the bird's lying here, the camera will be recording right here. And then the other side, I can run the cord out through here, down the pole. Of course, I'm gonna take out this paper. I just got the paper there for now, but that paper's not gonna be there. It's just a piece of paper in there. So this one, I $9.95 in Walmart. But I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use it for the. I'm gonna make my own bird cam and wired one, not wireless. Wired one, USB. The only issue I have after that is when I put it out there. That spot where I had the pole out there, I'm not gonna use that spot. I'm gonna put the pole somewhere else. I'm gonna put it probably on the other side and point it this way. So I'm gonna probably need. I might need a longer cable. So I'm thinking about the 75 feet one. Because that one is 50 feet. That goes out there. It's 50 feet. So I'm gonna need the 75 feet one. So let me see when I have the money available for that. Then, cause right now I haven't hit the threshold yet. I'm getting there. I'm almost at the threshold, but I'm getting there. So that's gonna be. I already missed this month payment because I didn't hit the threshold. So by next month I should get the threshold. I'm like $20 away from the threshold, something like that. Like $80 right now. I gotta hit 100. They can send you the. But now it's already the 22nd. They're not gonna send it. So now they're gonna. If I get that June 21st, I'll get that. And then maybe I'll get that, or I have to get something else. I don't know. So it's gonna be 75. I'm gonna have to get the 75 feet. Of course, I gotta waterproof it at the connecting spot. I'm gonna waterproof it, and then that camera's gonna stay there. I'm gonna run the wire. It's gonna stay there with the wire for at least the summertime. The only issue I'm gonna have with it is the heat. When it gets hot and the camera's out there inside the housing, is it gonna overheat? That's the only issue I could think of. Will it overheat and shut off? And when I say overheat, I'm talking about when I'm streaming. If I'm doing that when I'm streaming, if it's overheat. So that's why if it's a real hot day, I probably won't stream with that camera that day because I don't want the camera to overheat. So I think of things like that. I have to look into that. But when I was testing it out, the camera was pretty good, the way it was. But I'm definitely gonna have a different angle, and it's gonna be the bird feeder is gonna be right there now, and you're gonna see the birds up close, like right there, like the bird will be like right here. So it's gonna be up close bird feeder. So yeah, so I'm hoping. Well, let's see what happens within for that. Because the gimbal thing, I had to get that. I had to get that gimbal thing. Yeah, yeah. I'm still it's the scar's still there, but although we're working in the yard, I fell. See, still there the scars, but it's going away now. There's no more scabs. It's just my wife getting under my skin. So I'm doing the tilling out there on. Oh, Danny, I need this, I need that, I need that, and I'm like doing this, and all suddenly I tripped over a rock and I fell right on the ground. I scraped my whole arm, all the way back here. The whole thing got scraped. and I got sore. I sprained my wrist. You know, annoying. I'm better now. Well, yeah, for about a few days, I was sore. This side of my body was sore all the way down. My leg, my thigh had a big. I had a scrape back here on my back. I had a scrape. I had, of course, the big scrape here. My hip was in pain. Yeah. John Ludbrook, he was not Doctor Who. Who is he? Who was Blake Seven? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Mm. I'm just reading for what I saw there. I don't know anything about. I seen the promos on Roku TV. They had the Doctor Who because they have a Doctor Who channel there on Roku. I don't know anything about it. I never watched that stuff. John Ludbrook. We got a bank holiday here, and in Luton Carnival, biggest one day carnival in Europe. Okay, yeah. Oh my God. Let me check something here. Yeah, I'm gonna say for FM so far the disco is surprisingly for FM reception is pretty good. There were stations that I would pick up on the disco that the other two don't pick up as easily. So I found that interesting. Yeah, so I found that interesting that the disco I didn't think the disco would still be this effective. But it really surprised me. Uh what the disco can pick up. Especially on FM because I'm trying to remember. Oh my, I knocked out my speakers. I'm trying to remember if I did that upstairs. When I had the radio upstairs, did I hook it up to the disco to listen to FM? But I think what happened was since I didn't have a switch, since I didn't have a switch to compare, I thought the disco was average. But now to comparing the other two with that switch, I think the disco is just as good as the Yagi or the other one. It's just a different type of antenna. So on a given like last night, I could hear one or two stations that the disco was picking up that the other two weren't picking up. You know, the disco was doing a better job of picking up that FM station. Yeah, yeah. Let me turn off this thing over here. I'm gonna see. Elevate. Let me elevate the table. Elevate the table a little bit. There you go. Let me get this out the way. All right, let me move this birdhouse out the way. I don't want to knock this over. Put it right here. Move this chair out the way. I want to stand up a little bit because there we go. Put the camera up a little bit like this. Let me turn 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 this Let me just lower it a little bit more right there. So anyway, that's what I'm hoping that is. I think it's a server that needs to be updated. But I don't go online. I don't put it public no more. What I do is when I go online, like last night, I just wanted to listen to it for myself and try to catch something, but I didn't catch anything. So if I put it online, I usually announce it on the Discord now. So that's why, more of a reason to join my Discord, people. If you haven't joined my Discord, join the Discord. Because that's where I post a link to the FMDX web server. Ironically, somebody went in there last night, and I didn't announce it. And it was somebody from Brooklyn that went in there. And then I think it was the same idiot that was botting me. Because I don't know if he has a bot. So right away, I was in there, and right away he connects to it. He starts tuning the dial without even asking, can I tune the dial? So right away, I just kicked them off the server and I blocked them. I banned them. I don't know if it's the same guy from Brooklyn. So I don't know how he was on my server. I guess, I think because I didn't post anything on Discord yesterday. So I don't know how the hell he knew that I was on. So, because I don't share the server public no more. I'm done with that. I got tired. I got tired of dealing with idiots, People can't have anything good. Like, if you want to share the FMDX for everybody to listen to, but when people go in there and they just tune and put it on one station and leave it on for hours, like it's their own radio station app, then I can't, I'm sick of that. I'm sick of banning people. It was just, I don't want to say it was stressing me out, but it was irritating me that I had to deal with this shit every day. So that's why, it sucks. It sucks when I look at the map and you look at New York City area and my server is not public no more. Because I wanted to share that with the rest of the world. But unfortunately, there's too many people out there that they're just too stupid. They're just stupid. They just they can't read the rules and obey by it, It's like, it's same thing with online SDR. Even the online SDR, you can have more than one person listen to it simultaneously. But I think sometimes it affects the other one. I think the first one that goes in has full control. The second one can only listen to the band that the first one is listening to. They cannot change bands. I think that's how it works with multi-user. But with FMDX web server, you don't have that luxury. The first one that's connected to it starts tuning. That's it. He's tuning. So if you come in after that, you have to wait till he's done. Or ask him, put in the chat, can I tune? And he'll say, okay, yeah, go ahead, tune. But some people don't do that. Some people know that I was in there tuning, or somebody else is tuning, and they go in there and without even asking, they go ahead and start tuning. And I was recording last night. I was listening to the station, and I was trying to hear the call sign and all that. And this fucking idiot, I'm gonna say he's a fucking idiot, went in there, start tuning right away. And this is why I stopped sharing the server. Because of fucking idiots. I hate to say it, but that's the truth. I'm not gonna lie about that. That's the truth. And I kept dealing with that shit every day. Every day I kept dealing with that. And that took the when I first set up the FMDX website, it was like, it gave me joy to share it with everybody. It gave me joy. It was nice to, I would love to share my antennas. People can tune in there. But it takes a few idiots to fuck everything up for everybody. And that's what happened. Exactly what happened. And it's the same people. You ban them, they come back with another account, if they're using a VPN or whatever, and they keep doing the same fucking thing. And even after you tell them in the chat, bro, I know where you're from, I know you're a Brooklyn guy, you're the same guy. why you keep coming back here doing the same shit? Did you not learn the first time not to do that? You know, it's like a cat and mouse game with them, and it gets old and it's tiring. And that's why Abram already posted that the other day. He say the same thing. He doesn't do a public server no more. I know Chicopee doesn't do a public server no more because it's just not worth the aggravation anymore. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. I when I had it open to public, I used to like to see people from all over the world connect. I would see people from Japan, from the Philippines, all over the world connect to my server. And 99% of them will come in, tune in a couple of stations, and leave. They just want to hear what's on the dial. That's it. No, you think it's somebody from unknown. It's a guy from Brooklyn that goes in there. Again, I just said it. A guy from Brooklyn. That means that he can listen to the same stations I have on his own radio. He can literally just grab his own radio. He could grab his own radio and listen to what I'm listening to. I don't understand why he has to connect to my radio and listen when he could just do it with his own radio, because he lives in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is right there. It's not, it's not like, it's in the same vicinity. So I don't know what mental fucking shit this guy got. And it just fucked up the whole experience for me. That I can't share the server no more in public because of him. And then there was another guy from White Plains. Again, White Plains, New York, right here. And he has to tune into my radio and put a local station on. And he leaves it there. Like, I don't understand that. I understand it would have been even somebody from another city far away. And they just missed that station. I get it. But it's not even that. It's somebody that can grab his own freaking radio and listen to what I'm listening to here. Because he's right there in Brooklyn. And this is every fucking day I had this shit. When this shit was on public, I will ban his IP address. He would come up with another IP address. And I got tired of it. It just fucking ruined the whole fucking experience. It ruined the whole sharing the server experience with the world. Because of that fucking guy. There's a few more, but they never came back like this guy. This guy from Brooklyn, whoever you are, and if you're watching this, go fuck yourself. Go jump off a fucking pier. Alright? Because that's what he does. He just likes to go in there and fuck around with my shit. And he just fucks it up for everybody. Memorial Day weekend, everybody's, the weather's getting nicer. A lot of the FMDX thing going on the last few days. You would think I would have it open. Everybody can come and go and try to catch something. Especially when I'm not around and people say, oh, your setup caught, I caught the station, I don't know, 700 miles away with your setup. Then I gotta have that now because of this one fucking idiot. Ruined everything. Because of one fucking jerk off ruined everything for everybody. And there's no way around it, if I put it there, because that's what happened. It got to the point where I put it there and I had to fucking check up on it every so often. And when I start when it starts to, I want to set it there and forget it. And I can't do that with this fucking guy. He goes in there for hours. You ban him. He comes with a different fucking IP address, the VPN shit, whatever the fuck. And he just fucking does that shit. And everybody that try to connect to it, they see that somebody's connected in there. They start complaining, yo, why you always got 2 people watching in there or 3 people watching in there? And then I have to go in there and, it takes time out of my fucking life to deal with this shit. And I got tired of it. That's what happened. I got fucking tired of it. And now nobody, you see right now, is off. Sorry. Now nobody can enjoy it. Because of the one fucking jerk off. And I'm going to say it here, I don't care if people don't like my language. He's a fucking jerk off. He's a lowlife. You're a piece of shit. Scumbag. Jump off a fucking bridge already, motherfucker. Fuck you. There you go. I said it. That's what the motherfucker did. He fucked up the whole experience. I fucking keep it real here. I told you, bro. Now I understand why people don't want to do shit like this, because I did it because I wanted to shit. Because, you know, if you look at the map, there's nobody in New York City, and I'm right outside New York City that does this. Now I know one day maybe Tasso might have a server with it, but when he's watching this now, he's gonna say, I'm not gonna deal with that shit. Or anybody else that wants to set up a server in anywhere, they don't want to deal with that shit. With a fucking jerk off that's gonna keep going and hogging up the server. You know? It's unfortunate. Because I was very close to thinking, I mean, I should put it public for that. I feel bad. I feel bad for the rest of the 99%. But then it's aggravating. It's fucking aggravating. And I don't need that shit in my life no more. I don't need that shit in my life. You know, like, see, like on YouTube, it's easy to deal with that shit. Right? I'll give you an example. My video. My last video. Right now, the review on the Mini TF, right? So right now, I hyped it. A lot of people hype my video. So some jerk off goes in there. These are comment, like a stupid comment, like, I don't know how your video is ranked number 28 in the hype. So, rather than waste my time explaining to this fucking idiot, this fucking lowlife, this piece of shit, this fucking slug, rather than explain to him all this shit, you know what I did? I fucking banned him from the channel. I go like this, one click, bing, that's it. He will never come back to the channel. He can never leave another comment on my channel. That's how easy it is with YouTube. With this, it's not that easy. With this, I ban him, he'll come back with another fucking IP address. And that's the problem. With YouTube, I just banned that fucking account. That's it. That guy cannot leave another comment in this channel. That's how easy it is. Because I was going to reply. What the fuck do you care where I'm ranked and whatever the fuck? Mr. One subscriber fucking asshole. And it's always an asshole with no subscribers, no videos. Why you ranked number 37 or whatever the fuck it was? Like, first of all, what the fuck you care where I'm ranked? That's my fucking business. I'm trying to get views for my channel. But he want to come in and troll, but it only takes one click and he's gone. I can't do that with this service shit. That's what I'm trying to say. So I get it when people get pissed off at people leaving stupid comments. I get stupid comments all the time. I got a few of them I haven't even answered yet. I'm not going to answer them. I just let them sit there and marinate their fucking ass off. That's what I do with those stupid comments. There's one that he made a comment, oh, your camera's shaking too much. Oh, my God. This video is like 8 years old now. Now you commenting on my video? That's been out for 8 years? But some people just want to fucking troll. So I sit there and marinate. Marinate, sit your ass down, motherfucker. Go fuck yourself. That's how I deal with that shit. Go marinate your fucking self. Your comment's going to sit there and I'm not going to comment on it. And I was going to ban it, but I said, let it sit there. Let it fucking stupid. He's still probably waiting for the comment. But with this thing, I can't do that. Do we not ban him? He comes out with another Brooklyn fucking IP address. I don't know what the fuck this guy run. He must have like some kind of server farm up there or something. Or in Brooklyn, some kind of server fucking data center. I don't know what the fuck he has. He has to connect to my shit every fucking day. And put it on Light FM or C100. And that's what he does. He connects to my shit. He plays Z100. That's what he fucking does. He can't play the Z100 in Brooklyn in your own fucking radio. You know? When you get a radio like this, you live in Brooklyn, asshole. Hey, jerk off Brooklyn, motherfucker. Here you go. You get a radio like this, you put an antenna, and you put a Z100 and listen to that. And then you shove it up your fucking ass. How about that? Instead of coming fucking with my server. There you go. I just gave some entertainment. Hey, imagine. I don't want to imagine that. And shove this radio up your ass. Play with C100 up your ass. Oh my God. Yeah, Z100. Oh, your cheeks. Z100. Fucking lube up that radio and shove it up your ass. Fucking Z100. Fucking guy, bro. Yeah, I swear to God, if I ever see that guy, I would have slapped him. I'm gonna say, YouTube told me, so fuck YouTube. I'll slap the shit out of him. I'll fucking slap him fucking right across the fucking grill. Dumb fuck. He gotta be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Or you just a fucking jerk off. I mean, you gotta be a real fucking jerk off. Just don't fucking understand the fucking, what I'm, you know, he just wants to fucking push my buttons. It has to be that. It has to be, he just wants to fucking piss me off. That's all it is. But I hope somebody else finds your ass and does a number on your fucking ass for me. Because you pissed off the whole fucking community. Because nobody now is going to use that server. You see how it's dark. Because of one or two jerk-offs. That's all it takes to ruin the shit. You remember early last year, I was so excited to put the server up. I was so happy. Nah, it hasn't been on. I had it on for 2 hours last night, 3 hours. I turned it on and said, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. I'm done with this fucking shit. Too many fucking people. Fuck everything up. It's the same thing what happened with this. Same thing with the CHU shit. Too many people vote for this stupid fucking shit. And they ruin it for Canada. So congratulations, Canada. Well done, Canada. Well done. Fuck you. Well fucking done. Now you have no weather radio. Now you have no CHU. But you can still talk about pronouns. Good for you. Good for you, Canada. Good for you. Hope you enjoy it. Good for you. Good for your feelings. That's what happens. That's what happens. It's a metaphor for life, people. It always takes a few people to fuck it up for everybody else. That's it. The same thing with this jerk off fucked up the FF web server for me to share it with the world. The same thing happened with Canadian voters. You guys fucking voted for this shit. You guys get what you deserve now. You get what you deserve. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy having no fucking weather radio. Enjoy having no CHU. Dumb fucks. Enjoy it. That's all it takes. Dumb fucks voting for dumb shit. Cut that tape. Cut that video, make a remix, and make it viral. There you go. I'm giving you permission, people. I'm giving you permission to make that shit viral. Now you get what you vote for. Dumb fucks. There you go. I'm making it up today, bro. I'm making it up today. When was the last time I streamed here? Last time I streamed here was what? A week ago? I'm making it up today, bro. I'm making it up today. Get what you vote for, bro. Message of the day. Remember that, folks. Message of the day. You get what you vote for. So congratulations to all you Canadians out there that voted for Carney. Congratulations. Congratulations. Woo! Woo! I don't shut wait anymore! Woo! Woo! Oh my God. Oh shit. Boy. Elbows up, boy. There you go. Elbows up, Canada. Here you go. Elbows up. Elbows up. You got no more shortwave. Elbows up, baby. You got no weather radio. No, how's it progressing for you guys? How's it progressing? Holy shit, bro. You guys just threw me a fucking softball today, bro. You guys threw me a fucking softball. It went like this. Hey, here you go, Daddy. You're gonna hit it out the park today. Here you go. Love it. I'm gonna boom, hit it out the fucking park, baby. Get the fuck out of here. 300 fucking feet. Here you go. One more. Bam! Here we go. Out of here. It's going. Oh! Oh my God, bro. You're gonna throw me a better fucking softball than that shit. Fucking CHU closing down. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Yo, who didn't see this shit coming? For real, yo. Here comes the fastball. Here comes the fastball. Oh no! Oh, he threw me a lob. Okay, bam! It's gone. What a fucking joke. Now I hope you guys learn your lesson. All you people that voted for that shit, learn your fucking lesson, bro. Remember that. Don't talk shit about my president. Don't talk shit about my president. Do not talk shit about my president. He didn't fucking do this shit. What this guy's doing right now is a fucking hatchet job. He took a fucking hatchet. He went, yeah, there you go. And he said, weather radio? He went like this. He said, weather radio? Who the fuck is weather radio? And CHU, what the fuck? Get the hell out of here. I don't want to hear that shit no more today. And today I don't want to hear no more about this fucking bullshit up north. I want to hear this shit no more. Fuck that shit. You guys fucking deserve it, bro. Congratulations, bro. You guys fucking ruined it. In less than a fucking year, you guys ruined this shit. You guys ruined radio in less than a year, bro. You guys were so busy. You guys were so busy talking about this guy. Your Trump derangement syndrome. And you guys just fucking did it to yourselves in less than a year. With this guy. With this fucking Carney guy. You guys just fucking... Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. It's just sad. It's sad. It's sad that this is gonna happen, man. It's just fucking sad. It's sad. He came back to this because you know that idiot right there, that idiot that killed the FMDX web server, is the same idiots that are doing shit up there. Probably another fucking liberal asshole that doesn't like me, that wants to fuck with my server, and he just ruined it for everybody. That's it. He got what? He accomplished that. I'll give you credit. You accomplished that. You fucked it up for the 98% of them, and that's what's happening up there. The same shit that's happening up there. It takes it's a certain group that's fucking it up for the rest of the country. That's fucking up for the rest of Canada. It's a certain group. They just fucking derangement syndrome shit. They fucking it up. They fuck it up for the rest of the country. I should backfire on you guys. I should backfiring big time on you guys. You know, I'll be honest with you. NPR, I was like, I don't give a fuck about NPR. They fucking lefty anyway. I didn't give a shit about them. And then it was PBS. Everybody was like, oh, no, you could PBS. I said, listen, PBS is the same shit. Yeah, so I think I ain't going to miss them. And by the way, I don't miss any of them. And they're still around. They didn't go anywhere. They're just not funded by federal government. That's it. So all that bullshit is dead. Then Voice of America, oh my God, but we need Voice of America. I don't need Voice of America. Another fucking bullshit. But this shit that you guys did, this is a fucking hatchet job. This shit is funny as fuck. Because y'all didn't see this shit coming. Y'all didn't see this shit coming. And you guys you're not even spoken about it. You guys just taking it on the chin. I'm more emotional than... bring him here to me. Anybody that's more emotional than me right now about CHU, you bring his ass to me. Okay? Nobody's more pissed off than I am. All right? Nobody. But you're not going to hear that anywhere else. Because then they have to admit, that they voted for the wrong person. And that's what I'm saying here. You guys voted for what you got. I mean, you get what you vote for. And that's what happened. Until you admit that, then you get angry. Until then, I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it from no other channel. Why? Because I'm saying it the way I'm saying it. I don't want to fucking hear that shit. Whether channel was an anomaly, okay, the guy was stupid, whatever. But now you're taking a CHU, that goes to the top now. Forget about the community. That goes to the top. The buck stops there with the top. Don't blame the communication guy. That goes to the top. So all you people out there wrote to them, you're full of shit. When the weather shit happened, you didn't write to them, or you didn't blow up their phone or whatever. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Just like typical fucking, you took it on the chin and let it go. You just took it on the chin and let it go. That's what happened. You took it on the chin and let it go. Oh, because, we're Canadians. Oh, you took it on the chin. Instead of fucking being pissed off. Should have been pissed off about it. Should have got pissed off at the weather shit. You would have been pissed off at the weather shit. I'm going to say, maybe burn a fucking couple. I'm going to say, okay, you're riding. No, I've been riding here all the time. Cause some kind of fucking ruckus. I don't care. This shit wouldn't have happened today. this shit wouldn't have happened today. They would have put this shit off. But you guys didn't raise a stink about that. This is going to happen. That's how it works. Don't you know that? Don't you know how tyranny works? That's how tyranny works, by the way. When you don't put up a fight for one thing and you let it slide, they're gonna bring something else to shove it up your ass with. And that's what's happening. So you guys need to learn that, understand that. It was Weather Channel a few months ago. CHU today, right? What's gonna be next for you guys? You guys don't fucking understand. You guys better fucking wake up there. Wake your fucking asses up there and realize what's going on up there. Okay? Get your head out your asses and fucking think. Yeah, so it's a fucking tyranny thing. And you guys don't put up a stink about it. That's what happens. I'm bring them right here, right? Bring anybody here. I tell you, nobody's putting up a stink more than me right now. Today. There's going to be a bunch of videos out there today. All these radio people are going to make videos. Oh, CHU's closing. It's too bad and unfortunate. That's it. The little pre-mobile message, whatever the fuck. The little, poster card message. Oh, they were very disappointed that this happened. No, I'm fucking pissed off that this happened. This should have never happened. Should never happen. But it's happening because you took it on the chin when it came to the weather shit. And they say, oh, okay, well, we took away their weather stuff. By the way, made all those radios obsolete. You know how many companies you're going to put out of business now? With the weather radio shit? Because now we're relegated to USA. You think more radio manufacturers are going to make radios now with weatherband only know where the radio? There's not going to be that many. It's going to be less and less because they're not going to take that risk on making another radio with no weatherband because it's getting to be extinct. You don't think it's going to affect shortwave in North America? Yeah, now you took away another major. That's not no fucking religious channel. That's CHU. 1938. That's a major freaking station. Oh, we're just gonna fucking get rid of it. You don't feel outraged about it? It's funny as fuck, you know? I can't help you. I can't help you with that. You guys are not outrageous. If you guys are not outraged about it, I can't help you guys in the North. I cannot help you Canadians. You know, the best way to teach them a lesson is you got to vote them out. You got to vote them out. That's it. Vote them out. Vote them out. If you don't vote them out, anyway, that's it. You don't have much left. You already lost your weather band. You lost your time signal. There's nothing else left. What else have left up there? You know? You guys are already paying so much taxes on imports. Forget about the tariff. I'm not talking about the tariff. I'm talking about before that. You guys always paid high tariffs. Whose fault is that? It's your own government fault for that. The whole tariff thing is your fault, your government's fault. I'm not talking about the Trump tariff. I'm talking about tariff before. Duty taxes before that. I knew that for years. Even when I, one time I went to Canada. I know about the whole duties. It's ridiculous. Every time you order something, it's like you're paying double in Canada. Everything you buy from Canada that's U.S. made or mail order or even overseas. Even China. You buy something from China, it's like they hit you with this duty tax stuff. Like, why is that? Well, because they got to pay for medical. Yeah, I get it. You know, that's the fight. That's the argument we have here over that. So just keep taxing the hell out of everybody and see how that goes. And you guys haven't learned from that. You guys have not learned anything. I have not learned anything from all that. You know? Duty tax and all that. Tax the hell out of you get taxed the hell out of do something about it. So this is a microcosm of all this. This what happened today is a microcosm. Because you let the other shit slide. You let the weather ban shit slide. You didn't put up a big fuss about it. Because nobody put up a big fuss about it. I was following it in news events. No, there was not one politician up there put up a fight over it. There was no opposition on it. What do you think was going to happen? This was going to happen. And so you guys learn that shit up there. You're gonna this is just gonna anyway. There's nothing left because you guys just lost it. So congratulations, congratulations. John Ludbrook, Carney, he running Canada. He was running the British economy with stupidity back in 1997. Turn control of interest rates to Carney in 6 years. Bankrupt UK man needs to go. Yeah, well, apparently they didn't read that. Apparently the voters didn't care about all that. They just wanted another liberal. That was it. They were not ready. They were not ready to have a conservative as the prime minister. They were not ready for that. And that's a problem. They may never be ready for it until it's too late. And this is that point. This is that point. This is too late. Trudeau was in power for I don't know how many years. Quite a while. He didn't do this. He didn't do this. This guy's doing it in he just not I think first year in office he already eliminated all this stuff. You know, everybody was so happy. Oh, we got another liberal in Ottawa, but this guy is awful. So you know you got nothing but to blame but yourself. Canadian voters out there that voted for this guy, you get yourself to blame. Don't blame anybody else. You put him in there. You put him. I'm gonna close it on that. I'm gonna leave in a couple of minutes. And close it on that. You guys voted for this. You get what you vote for, and that goes for everything else in this country and every other country. The stuff that happens, you vote what you get. You vote. You get. You know. You vote what you get. That's it. You get what you vote for. Excuse me. And that's it. You know. There's no other way of putting it. I'm shocked by this, but then again, I'm not. I shouldn't be totally shocked by it because you guys didn't put up a stink. You guys didn't even put up opposition over the weather stuff. How that would have happened here, there would have been a lot more outcry. For shutting down NOAA, there would have been a big outcry over there. At least. You guys just roll over and took it in the chin. That's it. And that's exactly. Oh, so let's just take this shit out of here too. And I hate to end it on a sour note, but there it is. But it's not too late. Not too late for everything else. And maybe, who knows, maybe, but I don't know. I doubt if they were going to reverse this. You know, if a new leadership comes in, and I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm blown away that I'm blown away that this happened. Especially right after the weather ban got killed. I mean, they're really just they're doubling down on the stupidity. Yeah. So anyway, I'm out. I'll see you later. Have a great weekend. And take care, everybody.